What up? Hi, Krista. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, I'm in. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? Hold on 1 second. I have a couple minutes before I go to work today. Nice, Friggles. Well, I bought myself 2 gallons of G48 because I'm probably gonna have to drain all my coolant when I try to check for why that leak is happening. So I got 2 bottles of that. I went to the store today, got some windshield wiper fluid because I'm all out. Basic shit. Firsties, what's up? Hi, Therion. I'm confused why we're not getting hit with an ad. 8 ads. Oh, there you go. I knew it was coming. Fuck. I do them right at the beginning to prevent ads for... Can you hear me right now, Friggles? I do them right at the beginning because usually nobody's here that quick, you know? Well, why does it keep pausing the fucking ads? What the fuck? Thank you, Therion. Yeah, it does this thing where it doesn't even let me view my own stream until like the fucking ads are over. Usually it makes me watch my own ads. God damn it, right now I'm in a glitch. I'm actually in a fucking glitch right now. I can't view my own stream. I also can't, fuck, god damn it. This is annoying. It's okay. It's fucking annoying as shit, but it's okay. Bruh. Fuck me sideways, bro. Why the fuck isn't this shit fucking working? What up, Claytar? Alright, I'm just gonna pretend it doesn't matter. Like, I don't even... Like, I was just talking about how frustrating it is to not even have a mirror in my car, and the only time I ever see myself is through streaming. And now I can't even monitor my screen. It's fucking annoying, dude. I guess let's just fucking go with it. Go with the chaotic energy. At least I can play music. Man, I'm so tired of my whole van being like filled with fucking parts and old used parts, and I just want to fucking build better storage and stuff. need to get out of my glitch. It needs to force me to watch the fucking ads finally. Why is Twitch so goddamn annoying sometimes? Krissa, thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's just leave it like that for a little bit. Hi, guys. The awkward silence is something I fucking hate. I'd rather have music in the background or something in the beginning of stream that makes me not feel like I'm just the only audible noise. That weather was bullshit last night, that rain. Ended up causing so much condensation. Just like from that little bit of fucking rain. In a few days, we're gonna get like fucking 3 inches in one half a day. Oh, Krissa, I thought you were posting a link, but I see that. Just figured out how to do it. Technology makes me feel so old. Don't worry about it. How'd you sleep, my friend? I've slept all right. I'm been sleeping in like these shady areas, like that are darker and under trees. So it's like it keeps me in bed. I need to start parking where the sun is gonna immediately warm me up at like 6 in the morning. Because otherwise I get a little too comfortable. What up, Jimbo Slice? One up? How's it going?
Text to speech enabled.
I'll turn on text to speech so I can hear y'all. Hear y'all.
Friggles HD said for the condensation I used a gun-safe silicone can. I dried it in the sun when I lived out of my car 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just have to come up here and wipe all this shit down every now and again. So I don't get rust or the paint doesn't bubble up and shit. It mostly forms above where I'm sleeping though, so it makes sense. Well, I didn't end up talking to my neighbor yesterday, so I didn't end up getting permission to do the work there and confirm it. And I was tired and exhausted and just not feeling great last night. I still feel like I'm sick and dying, but we'll just put that on the back burner while I figure my shit out. So what's everybody up to? What's going on, peeps? There's this weird glitch that happens with my chat app.
Chrisadon13 said, yay, that is exciting. He is letting you come back to work on it.
Yeah, I just gotta plan it with
Friggles
them better.
HD said, I've got to scatter. I have work to get to.
Alright, take
Everyone have
work,
a great
Friggles.
day.
Thanks for dropping in. It's good to see you. I'm so glad you checked in so early, even though you got busy shit to do. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, like some days I'm like, oop, I don't need the weighted blanket anymore. It's getting warm out. And then other days I'm like, I'm fucking freezing, dude. I need this fucking weighted blanket. Such bipolar fucking Californian climate change type shit. I'm starting to smell these old parts that have like old coolant and shit on them, and it smells like
SGT
ass.
Supervillain said, was happening PB and Chaz.
What up, what up? Just starting my day. You know?
SGT Supervillain said, cheer 1.
Yo.
Cheer 1.
Thank you for the biddy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can smell those parts because they're like right next to where I sleep at night. It's fucked. But, you know, you live in a vehicle, you gotta fucking keep everything in your fucking vehicle. There really isn't no way around that.
SGT Supervillain said, I learned not to echo or TTS.
Hell yeah. How did you do it?
SGT Supervillain said, cheer 1. Cheer 1.
Oh, I think it's because you didn't type words. That's why. That's how. That's the way. If I have TTS on for all chat, then it'll double the words. First the broom, now you're sleeping with the van parts. Exactly. What is my life? Oh. Oh, fuck. I'm cold right now, dude. Fuck. Yeah, my whole van smells like that coolant smell. I remember one time I was hanging out with this girl when I was younger, and
Cheer 1.
And she had her dad's old truck, and her dad's old truck had like a coolant issue, like a coolant leak. And I remember getting in the truck and being like, oh my god, this smells like somebody died in here. It's like the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. And I haven't thought about that smell in like fucking 20 years, I think. The second I smelled it in my van, I was like, oh god, it's like that same shit that I was fucking mortified by. There's this new van parked in front of me right now. It's like a minivan, and I think they own a little ass car too. I think they like drive the car and then just sleep in the van, if that makes sense. But they're definitely new to the area. I do have a feeling the second I open up my vehicle and boondock it here that they're probably gonna come up and try to talk to me. Which is okay. I'm okay with that. It's always good to learn more about who's around. We'll see though. I'm predicting it right now though. We'll see. It could be different though. It's an older woman. So maybe she just
C_Theorion7 said Cali tag, or out of state.
Cali.
SGT Superballoon said when the heater core goes, it spits coolant onto passenger side carpet. That stinks also. Jimbo Slice 1 Up said looking for an underground natural gas leak at work, and the chemical we put in line smells like 1,000 dead skunks.
Oh. I don't know. I might like a dead skunk smell better than anything else, because I'm a stoner. I remember one time when I was a little kid, the first time I ever had $100 to my name, I carried it around with me, and I like walked through this trail in the woods, and I lost the $100 bill, and that was so broken. It was like so sad, and I like went out by myself at night to go look for the $100 bill, which obviously was fucking gone. And
Mr. Jinkshish said when you were young lol, you're young still lol, I am 53.
I'm
C_Theorion7 said yeah,
I'm
they
36.
would never find the leak out here if they were using a skunk smell.
I'm 36, so I mean I'm young, but not everybody will agree with that statement. I think just like being forward about our age and how like it just, the older you get, the better off you are. So like the more you're worried about aging, don't worry. You're gonna understand life better the more years you have alive, you know? I mean, if only you could get all the life lessons that you get by the time you're like in your late 30s or 40s when you're like 20. I feel like that's like impossible. Like who the fuck?
Chris Adon 13 said just not technology lol. Mr. Jinkshish said I am a gamer and still going love my Call of Duty.
Nice. Call of Duty was a pretty fun game. No matter who you are, there is a chance that you played Call of Duty. I really liked that one game.
Jimbo Slice 1 Up said yeah, but when you learn all that stuff you're too old to implement it.
That's kind of true. You ain't lying about that. I'm still stuck in ads, like from 20 minutes ago from my own stream.
Mr. Jinkshish said, hell, you should be here. We just got 8 inches of snow, northern Wisconsin.
Oh, damn.
SGT Superballoon said, eventually you had enough.
I'm gonna turn off my chat phone and turn it back on. Sometimes, okay, so what happens on my chat phone for my streaming, my IRL streams, my chat phone does this thing where it also shows me the same ads that you guys see. So when you guys are like, oh, 8 ads, it's like, yeah. I actually have to watch that on my own monitoring system. It doesn't authenticate my account enough. It doesn't do it for anybody. I'm not the only one. But essentially what I'm saying is that sometimes I get caught in this loop, and I know I'm caught in the loop if I try to play music on Spotify, and every time I try to play music on Spotify, it pauses my stream. It like pauses my preview, and then every time I try to play my stream video monitoring, it pauses the music. And I only learned recently that this means I'm stuck in like a void. And oh, I feel that pain in my tooth already, right when we're starting stream. God damn. I really need to go to a dentist. God, I wish that like everything in my life wasn't so like compacted on top of each other right now. I need a break. I need a fucking break, dude. Like, if I could just enjoy my life for like a week straight without worrying about fucking 25 different things that are gonna cost me however much and cause me pain and all that. I'm just kind of over it. Make it stop. Also, make it make sense. Does not make sense to me. Thanks for the follow, Jinxie.
Wait a minute. Who are...
Okay, let's see if I can play music this time without it glitching me out. Nope. God fucking damn it, dude. Nope. It's doing it. See, something fucking happened when I first started the stream that I can't pinpoint. Dentist costs in Cali, way too much. That's all I gotta say. Especially without health insurance. And especially because, like I said yesterday, they like prod your teeth as hard as they fucking can just to make cavities. It's the worst. Ah, yeah. That's dope. What the fuck? I can't get the goddamn chat fucking app to work properly. There's not one thing, it's another, guys. Oh, nice. That sounds fun. Are you buying a vehicle in Phoenix? Hey, Danny in chat. Just a quick hi, bye. Ran home from work to gas up and go. Cat his snack. Hope you have a beautiful day. I'm getting the YouTube analytics up. Appreciate you, Senor Danny. Thank you, Lincoln Park lady. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, I have a playlist that I'm trying to get my YouTube channel back to 4,000 hours of watch time. Because YouTube took me off of the partner program because I didn't post for 6 months. So, just so you know, if you're partnered on YouTube, you can definitely get taken off the program if you don't post for 6 months. Just so you know. Pretty good thing to know. Oy. I don't always feel so stressed. It's like if one thing doesn't go my way, I'm just like, no. It's not like a narcissistic thing. It's like, can't one thing just fucking work for one fucking day without me feeling like everything always needs to be fixed? I don't know what the metaphor is, but it's like, it's just, like, what is the lesson learned? Is that life is just hard and annoying and taxing. Fucking, you're just trying to figure shit out till the day you die. This is how it feels. I'm getting tired of it. I'm ready to just be off the fucking grid and just be in nature. Just talk to the trees, the bees. Listen to the rivers flow and fucking listen to, you know, birds chirping and damn it. I feel like I'm gonna have to wait like a whole hour for the next ads to run just so I can fucking do what I want to do. Super annoying. Oh, son of a bitch. Come on. So fucking annoying, dude. I know it's because somehow it didn't watch the ads. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, guys. Normally I have this streaming app where I can monitor my stream. Oh, I fucking got it to work. All I had to do was show you guys it, apparently. But for the first, how long have we been on? 26 minutes? I couldn't figure it out. So usually it lets me run music in the background. And it wasn't letting me do that. I followed someone that lives off the grid in Arizona in the desert, and she's always having things come up as well, AC going down, etc. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of like a trend. Like that one tattoo-faced guy that like bought a piece of land and was living in a van just like mine on his property. And I think that he kind of, I don't know, I've already talked about him before, but he did this thing on TikTok where he like battles people on live streams. And it like made me not like him anymore at all. I was like, ew, fuck this guy. It takes a lot to make me feel that way about somebody that I like. But yeah, he's like, oh yeah, let's battle. Come on guys, we can win. Come on, we can win. And it's like, bro, make content. Like, stop fucking begging people on TikTok live to fucking give you tips. Like, it just doesn't work anymore, bro. You look like you're shilling the audience you have left for anything you can get until TikTok dies. That's how it looks. I mean, I had more fucking followers on TikTok than he did, and I never did any of that shit. Now he's much bigger, but I've followed him since he first started. I just think that it's a little bit The internet is a bunch of fucking bullshit, you guys. If they're not live streaming, how are you ever gonna know what's authentic or real? Because the second I saw him live streaming, I saw like how fucking artificial and superficial and how he uses the internet just to like bank off of it, like without even offering anything other than his old content being the reason why he's live streaming now. And I don't know, does that make sense? Is that valid? Have you ever seen somebody do a likes battle on fucking TikTok? You'll lose 10 years of your life even just watching it. It's just a bunch of desperate people who are like my age that are like battling like 18-year-old kids, like starting wars between their followers to see who can spend the most money on them so they can win, etc. It's just very off-putting and just disturbing behavior, and it just looks miserable. Like for a teenager, it makes sense. Battling is like, imagine you're live streaming and you're one half of the screen and then another person is the other half, and then there's like points being counted for every gift you get on each screen, and whoever accumulates the most points at the end wins, but there is no free way to give them points. It's a pay to play kind of live stream battle, and the host doesn't pay anything. The hosts, neither of them can like contribute, so it's just their audience. And they'll go live and they'll just be like, hey, who wants the battle? And then some random like 16-year-old boy will come up and be like, I'm gonna crush you, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we can beat you. You're just like a little kid. And he's really nice about it, but the whole thing is very, very shilly and weird and uncanny. But I think that his whole tip was like, oh, I want to help people who don't have affordable housing. And it's like, oh, I'm on that same tip. But like, I'm not going to create a piece of property and say that I'm going to rent it out affordably to a bunch of randoms from the internet, which he did. And I think his like plan was what got him the most views. Not just being out there and building and being quirky and all this stuff. I think that him being like, oh, I'm not making this for myself, I'm making it for people who can't find affordable housing, I'm making it so I can have events here, blah blah blah. And it's like, he's a little too young to realize that that's a stupid fucking way to do it. And it's like, if it's gonna just turn into like a rehabilitation center, in my opinion. Like, if you're gonna build a property, you know, like, I don't know. I just feel like he was a little too loosey-goosey, in my opinion. He was like, yeah, I'm going to invite people out. Yeah, we're going to have an opening party. Yeah, this and that. And, like, people start showing up, and he's like, all right, guys, I know I told you guys that people can show up, but, like, you know, you have to show up announced, or you can't stay for more than a day, or blah, blah, blah. Like, it's getting out of hand. And then when you watch his live streams, he just like lives across the country in like New York City inside of like a luxury apartment with his girlfriend. And he just like flies back to his little piece of land in Arizona and works on it when he feels like he has enough money or he gets new sponsors and stuff. So it's just like fake as fuck, not gonna lie. Sorry, bro, but like, come on, bro. Pepe and Max, hey, thank you so much for the sub. You guys, Pepe?
Subscribe to your channel for 7 months.
Pepe's a streamer from Mexico. He's an amazing guy. He does the most relaxing, chill streams. He's so sweet. He's bilingual. He speaks Espanol y Inglés. He speaks Spanish and English. And he's one of the nicest guys on planet Earth. And we are very fortunate to have him in our lives. Yeah, of course. I appreciate you. Always and forever, bro. And if you look, he has a mod. Oh, you know what's crazy? I bring this up all the time, and I say that we have no guys who are mods because I haven't found one that's like non-problematic enough to like let them be a mod. And I feel bad for saying that now because you are actually the only guy who's been a mod in here that has just been the most chill person on planet Earth and very open and accepting and kind, and yeah, Thanks for that. Appreciate you. I'm not a guy mod. I'm Mexican, exactly. Understood. Oh, let me write your name up on the wall real quick. Yo, thank you so much. Oh, wait, wait, what? Did I not put my overlays on today? What is wrong with me? I'm falling off. We're 3 subs away. We're 3 subs away from our goal! Woo! See, I need to like make sure I announce this more often because, yeah, the whole putting it at 100 and leaving it there after the first month of hitting 100 is dumb. You need to go up incrementally. I've learned this. Because the first month we went up incrementally till we had 100 subs as the goal towards mid or end month, and then the last 2 months it's just sat at 100, so there was no like push going up. I mentioned this yesterday, but yeah, I'm gonna have to do it a little more meticulously this time. Well, I haven't talked to Luis. I didn't feel like up to talking to him last night. I was tired and just didn't fucking feel like it, you know? Is this thing ever gonna run the ads so I can listen to music uninterrupted? See, I'm stuck in this fucking adpocalypse now. What up, Crazy Cyber? See? The only time it cuts my music off when I monitor the stream like this with chat phone and Bluetooth is when I'm stuck in a fucking adpocalypse. I need to message this company. It's proper annoying, I'll tell you that much. You see that shit? Every time I turn the music on, it pauses my live stream for me. Or the live stream takes over. Or if I play music with the visibility of the monitoring the video off, fine. When I put the fucking video, mutes the audio. Only does this when I'm stuck in a fucking ad. It's fucking annoying. If I spend these points with a plan in the start, does that help you? Should I not spend and save it up? Oh, those ones are just for fun. So either way, it's okay no matter what you do with those. Unless you're really committed and you want to save up $1 million and make it so that I have to end a stream and delete it. And that's crazy. But I've one of the options is end and delete stream. Sometimes people be like, why is that an option? I'm just like, I don't know. It'd be kind of funny if somebody chose it one day. Cheers, guys. Who said safety always off? Huh? Sometimes that first hit needs to be like sometimes that first hit needs to be like 12 hits in one. Oh yeah. I feel like I'm 14 years old again. ripping a giant joint like I've never ripped it before. Who's this guy? It's trippy when I see somebody walking with one golf club. It makes me wonder. Oh, it's a putter. Man's practicing his putting, I see. I respect that. Well, he did a deep, hard look in the van in front of me. Watch, he's gonna look at us too, I bet. Watch, we'll check him out. Give him a little. He didn't. Interesting. Maybe he saw me through the window first. So sleepy for some reason. I'm gonna nap. Hope you guys have a good day. You too, Chicken Wing King. I feel you, man. Sometimes I actually need... I haven't played the drum yet today. Sometimes I like... I don't know how old you are, Chicken Wing King, but like... if I don't force myself out of bed, if I'm not motivated, I'm not getting the fuck out of bed. And I'll stay lazy all fucking day. Nothing motivates me. And one thing that motivates me is when the sun comes up. If like if I can get that sun the second it starts rising, that helps me a little bit. I'm 36. So like here's the difference between me now and me 20 years ago. Is 20 years ago I'd wake up and be like, whoop, fuck yeah, let's do this, let's make the day our bitch. And then 20 years later I wake up and I'm like, do I have caffeine? I think I need caffeine. I need to take some vitamins. Like all these little things, like the little boost that your body gets from taking a multivitamin, and then the little boost that your brain and your heart gets from drinking or consuming a little bit of caffeine, is almost like my main motivator in life lately. Especially when things feel heavy. Like when I got too much shit on my plate, I'm just like, man, I'd rather just not do anything today. Fuck everything. And if I drink like 2 sips of a caffeinated drink, I'm all of a sudden like, just kidding, I'm doing shit today. I'm doing something today, fuck it. But most days I just lay there being like, nah. It depends on how much pressure I'm feeling in my life at that time. What up, Joe? How you doing? Should we check the analytics, guys? Let's see if streaming on YouTube helps. Yeah, we're still at 1,000 public hours of watch time. I don't know why it keeps staying the same. Vitamins can boost me. Any recommendation? Well, in my opinion, when I take like here's a good example. If I took like a multivitamin and then tried to go to bed, it ain't happening. There's no way that I can go to bed after eating like a big multivitamin. It just wires me out a little bit. All those vitamins and things inside there kind of like wake me up. This little fruit fly, come on. Oh, got him. Sergeant Supervillain, if you want to tap into your inner child, I didn't really get gummy vitamins when I was a kid. And I've always never been turned on by them as far as being like an adult and seeking vitamins. I used to take these really big vitamins that when you swallow them, you taste that shit for like 4 hours. And they're definitely legit, you know? But something about those made me feel like shit every time I took them, and they're so big. So I found these. These are like vitamin gummies. It's got 140% vitamin A daily, 44% vitamin C, 100% vitamin D2, 100% vitamin E, 235% vitamin B6, 217% folic acid, 500% vitamin B12, 400% daily value of biotin. Which is kind of funny. The most of product that's in this is B12 and biotin. Essentially, you could just go buy B12 pills and eat biotin. It'll just make you flush, probably. Pantothenic acid, 208%. Chlorine, 0% your daily value. I don't think we're supposed to have chlorine. Inositol, that must be like the fake sweetener. Iodine, 50%. Zinc, 49%. Sodium, 1%. It's not nothing crazy special, but it's good. And when I eat them, I can kind of like taste the bullshit in there. What about drinking a vitamin water? Hey man, it doesn't hurt, I'll tell you that much. I would drink a sugar zero, vitamin water zero, if that's like an option that you're trying to consider. Sometimes when I feel shitty, or if I'm sick, or if sometimes I get a few vitamin water zeros. Or if I'm out on like a really long walk and I want to like quench my thirst, but also feel like I need like at least something as far as vitamins and minerals, I'll buy one of those, but a zero, the one that doesn't have added sugar, because it's like, you know, unnecessary. I don't think you need that much sugar. Honestly, your best bet for just taking care of yourself is just drink more water. It's the easiest way to start. Water is very boring if you drink a lot of flavored waters and juices and soda and all that shit all the time. But once you start like swap out like 50% of your intake of liquids to water, that's a really good place to start. Because water, just pure water, does a lot for your body over time. I take those packets with many pills. I didn't care for the after effects of those, so I know what you're saying. Yeah, especially those packets. Yeah. I think that those packets, like now you can just buy one pill with all that in there, you know? I don't know what that means, Therion. What is that? What's the song name playing? Hey Freya, shit, I'm sorry I missed that. Dead-Eye Kid. I was trying so hard to play the song, but every time I continue to try to play it, it would shut my monitoring system off that helps me watch the stream. So I'm not like accidentally out of frame, or I'm not like, you know, some weird thing that I need to fix. Let's go back to that song I've been trying to play for 5 million times over. Well, I started with this one. Should I come on Twitch? Of course you can. There's more people there. Not to like leave my Twitch, not to leave my YouTube high and dry, but if you want more community and more people to talk to and more familiar usernames and other chatters and stuff, Twitch is a pretty good option. But if you just want to chill on YouTube and you're okay with the fact that sometimes I miss messages and stuff, but I make sure I'm checking, and sometimes I don't miss a message for a whole 8-hour stream. But the way that I use my chat phone, my streaming chat phone, to monitor my YouTube chat, it has its glitches. Is this the song you were asking the name of? You wish you could simulcast? You can. Do you need advice? Do you need help? Oh, you're probably talking about like from a computer, huh? You know, it doesn't cost that much to simulcast. And if you weren't a PC streamer or a Mac streamer, whatever, if you weren't like a desktop, but I only have a phone. Oh my God, that's perfect, Freya. That's exactly what you need. Do you want me to tell you how to simulcast? I got you right now. You got a pen and paper? It's hella easy. From your phone. You only need one phone. The only problem is that you might want to buy like a used phone with like a broken screen to be your chat phone, because you're going to stream with one phone and then you're going to use another one to monitor the chat and to see the video that you're sending to them. So, you know, in case you got a booger or something, you can see that. Yeah, Freya, come over to Twitch real quick. We'll talk about it there. I'm still mind blown that it's not letting me overlap the music. But how? But how what? To do simulcasting? Or to go to Twitch? Booger? But how what? How would you know you have a booger in your nose when you're streaming from your phone? Well, okay, let me explain to you. Here, come to Twitch. Go to Twitch chat and say hi, because there's people in chat who have valid opinions and stuff too. And you're the only one on the YouTube chat right now. So if you want more support in this, it'll be probably better for you if you're in Twitch. Or I can explain it to you with you on YouTube if you want. I don't care. It's up to you. Depends on what you feel like doing. But you have 15 seconds to tell me in chat what you want to do, or I'm gonna just give up on explaining it. Oh, nice. Normally the body has to break down vitamin B, but methylcobalamin is a form of B that you can use immediately. Interesting. Hi Caroline, how are you? Yeah, you know, and if you just like if it's just too much, you know, supervillain, if it's just like too much, just buy a fucking multivitamin. You want me to recommend you one just in case? And you guys can critique my recommendation if you want. These are the vitamins that I used to take. And it's just one vitamin. And like I said, I did not enjoy fucking swallowing this shit. Oh fuck, I don't even know if they sell it. Oh yeah, it's this. It's and it's more expensive than the ones I have now. That's one of the reasons why I switched. But this company, Garden of Life, they have a vitamin line called My Kind Organics. And this is the men's once daily. And it kind of tastes like, you know, that sulfury, medicine-y, disgusting ass taste that everybody hates. But after you take one, you look like this guy. So, I mean, come on. Or even this guy. Look at how benefited. Look how much he benefited from those vitamins. Is there any more pictures for reference on how it'll make you feel and look? You know what's a really good way to eat vitamins? Oh, nice. You know what's a good way to have vitamins? Is to just make yourself a smoothie every day. And buy like a superfood enriched like powder. You know? Put some fucking fruit and some veggies in that shit. Throw some water or milk in there and some peanut butter. Scoop or two. Like this. Hold on. Like this is mostly protein, right? That's why in gigantic letters it says protein. But they do make a lot of things like this. And they'll have like different variables. Some companies are pretty much trying to sell protein with a couple little, you know, fancy little additives like, ooh, wow, 21 grams of protein. That's amazing. But there's like no vitamins, you know, or minerals. It's iron 35% of daily value. Things like that. But you can find powders like this that are also like chalked up with vitamins in them. They're more expensive though, but it's nice because you can just mix it in your smoothie every day and be good to go. I get B12 injection, folic acid, and D vitamins on prescription. Nice. It's still doing that thing. Once in a blue fucking moon that does this shit. It won't let me play music while being able to monitor my video. So I'll fuck the video. Let's just listen to the music then. Freya, are you still there? Okay, I'm gonna make it super easy for you, Freya. First of all, to stream on more than one platform. Okay, good. To stream on more than one platform, and I love you by the way. To stream on more than one platform on a phone, all you need is the app called Prism. And then when you like log into Prism, wait, I think I have it on this phone too, so I can show you what it looks like. Or maybe not. Yeah, I thought I did, but I don't. Okay, so here's the story. Prism is an app that you stream on, okay? And when you log into the app, they have this like beta feature, and ever since they released it, I've been using it like every fucking day. And no, the first one, Prism, P-R-I-S-M. You got it right. And so the difference is Prism has this feature that allows you to stream to multiple platforms at once. So like technically I could stream to like Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Kick, all at the same time if I wanted to. I did a stream where I had YouTube, Twitch, and Kick going at the same time just to see if it worked, and it worked just fine. But I use it for two platforms, and you log into your Twitch, or you have to have your stream code or stream ID or stream key. But I think you can just log right into Twitch via the app, which is helpful. But then on YouTube, I just had to find my YouTube stream key, and I had to type that in. And yeah, it's super easy. All I gotta do is push go live. And the only thing I gotta do before that is change the title for each one. But how do you handle that through Prism then? You just open Prism, and if you try to go live, it won't let you because you haven't like attached any of your streaming accounts. And then once you attach a streaming account, there'll be like a plus sign where you can add another one. And if you don't see the plus sign, you maybe just have to hit this little toggle, this little switch that says enable simulcasting. It was a little glitchy when it first came out. Like when I would end a stream, the app would just close itself. And it allows you to save your stream in high definition at the end of the stream if you want to save the stream on your phone for some reason and like upload it somewhere or edit it or something. But at first it was like just closing the app when I would end the stream, and I was like, oh, I guess I can't save any of these if I simulcast. since then, they've updated the app a lot. And now it doesn't glitch out when you end the stream. So if you want to save it, you can save it at the end. But the beauty of streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time is that now I don't need to download and upload my VOD. It just goes there automatically every time. It's kind of perfect. So I need to enter the stream keys from each source. Yeah, it's super intuitive, promise. It's literally like the easiest app to use. Very simple, very basic, but I've been streaming with that app for like 6 months. Man, I'm super curious to see the new Snapdragon technology that's going to be in the iPhone 16. Because if the iPhone 16 can bond 2 SIM cards at once electronically in the device, holy fuck, man. That's gonna change the whole IRL backpack game, in my opinion. Even for people who have IRL backpacks, I feel like if they can just have one phone that does all that bonding, and then you can connect one Wi-Fi to it, and then you have 3 signals at once. And if you really wanted to, you can use a USB-C adapter and plug in a whole nother modem and power it at the same time. So with one iPhone, you could have 4 connections with just one extra modem Wi-Fi and one extra modem tethered. You'd have 4 services bonded in one. I'm interested to see how all that goes. They're actually, the technology, it's really sick. There's this software called BellaBox, and you can put it on a little Orange Pi, and a lot of streamers use it. And but what's sick is that there's also another company like IRL Unlimited or IRL Pro, I forget their name exactly, and I feel bad about it, but they're releasing something called IRL Box, and it's a new piece of software that, from what I've read, you can toggle multiple input sources, meaning you could plug in several cameras with just one. It just seems like there's a lot more. It's interesting to me that they didn't manage to edit and revise the software that's already out. Instead, they just have like open source code, so someone else is making their own version. But that company also owns a business that sells IRL equipment, so it makes sense. But now there's 2 companies making pretty much the same shit, so we'll see what happens with all that. Hopefully they feed off of each other, and then each one decides what they need, and I don't know. Seems like it could be competition. Did you change the buggy USB port? On which one? But how do you handle that through Prism? So I need to enter the stream keys. Hopefully they don't. It's really complicated. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, well, welcome in, John. But what is interesting is that if you're in a major city and you have good service, you don't need a backpack. Like, there's so many streamers that promote backpacks and help sell backpacks that use phones to stream. On the stream setup on the motherboard, did you change the stream setup on the backpack? You mean the long time ago when my modem kept shutting off and I was confused about it? Is that what you meant? Oh, the port. No. Yeah. I returned it. No. We're talking about 2 different things, even though you just said yes. The port on the Orange Pi 5 Plus was definitely bent. And I never even took it out in the field and used it, so it wasn't me. So I fucking returned that shit. PB sent me pictures of his USB-C on that same device, and it looked perfect. It didn't look bent like mine. So, yeah, I returned that shit. And I haven't gotten a new one yet. I will, though. But at this point, I don't even need it right now. But there will be moments where it will matter. Right, 100%. And the fact that I haven't used it once, I've just streamed like hundreds and hundreds of hours perfectly fine. Hardly ever lose streams lately. And just been using my phone and a modem, which is hella fucking convenient and cheaper. But yeah, all you need is a cell phone, download Prism, log into your YouTube, log into your Twitch, however you have to. And when you click go live, you gotta click each tab and change the title and the description and all the settings on each one. And then once you set those settings, each day you just need to change the title, pretty much. Yellowbox has a network bonding with 3 SIMs. Just ran across it when I was researching the IRL box. Interesting. Except when you go to the store. Yeah, well, yesterday it was like 35-mile-an-hour wind. And I just have this feeling that that had something to do with me dropping stream. Either way, I'm not saying that my phone setup is superior. In fact, you know, it'd be better to have a shit ton of modems hooked up to an Orange Pi to power everything, irregardless. Because it's just, but the whole thing is that if you do that setup, you also need to have an SRT server. You need to have an OBS cloud server, or have a friend or a family member or a house that you pay for or own that you set up a computer that runs full time. So technically it's a whole lot of work and a whole lot of money, and yeah, it's a lot to keep up with. If I wasn't working on the van and buying new tools every goddamn day, I could have, you know, went pretty hard in the paint with the new setup, but things shifted a little bit. But yeah, what I do know is that you will probably lose streams here and there while you're testing it out, because that's what happened to me. I started learning which areas were shitty for service and which areas were better, and then on top of that, I went on Facebook Marketplace and I bought a Nighthawk M1 mobile router, and I paid $50 a month for 50 gigs of hotspot data, which is like nothing. But it did allow me to utilize that hotspot data, that data plan from my router in those areas that normally I would lose service. And then we started having streams where it's like, holy shit, we just did a 10-hour stream walking the whole day. 10 hours of walking, not sitting at the van, not even like taking breaks, just like endlessly walking around. And we've had streams like that with just the phone and the modem and didn't lose the stream. So that's been pretty crazy. That was a feat. I was stoked. But yeah, just download Prism, test it out. You could try it at your house first. Or technically you could just stream from home and use your Wi-Fi, and then you'll be golden. But if you want to walk around and stream, hopefully you have good service there, because if you do, you'll be fine. Damn, we're at the point where it should have given me a set of ads. Oh, you got ads. Okay, wait, let's see if I get them finally. It's weird to say, but I really hope the ads pop up my screen. Yes! Only 30 seconds. Why are my ads like auto-adjusted? See, now it's not gonna work when it tries to fucking, okay. Oh, okay, so it's showing me a pre-roll then. Huh. I feel like it's just trying to figure me out so bad. Yeah, well, if you're streaming from home and you're not gonna walk around with it, you're gonna be totally golden. But the only thing is that you're probably gonna have to face the, like, I have my phone so I can't see the screen. And I turn the brightness all the way down, and I turn the volume all the way down. And I turn on like do not disturb mode, so that notifications and stuff, like everything is being preserved, so I can just use Prism. And if you turn it around so you can see the screen, then you might not need a chat phone. What kind of phone do you have? Because if it's an iPhone, you'll be able to just do what I've said and it'll work fine. And then you can put an overlay for the chats on the screen so that you can see the chats. And you can choose whether we see it or only you see it. So like it can be like that. An iPhone SE 2020. Yeah. If you're on Wi-Fi, it might be fine. But you're not gonna get sounds and you're not gonna be able to monitor like this. You won't have text to speech.
Text to speech enabled.
If you get like a newer phone, not a newer phone, but if you get a new phone, a new used phone.
CHKN Fredchin said I got a Samsung Galaxy S7 active. Rainbow Raccoon 82 said dance.
Yo! It's go time.
It's go time. Piskin subscribe.
Thank you,
Channel for 7
Piscons.
months.
Let's go. Let me write you up on the wall. Thank you, guys. We're so close to our 60 goal. Piscons. Oh, you didn't even see that. Well, that's dumb. Sorry about that.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 said sub and no ads.
Sub and no ads. That's right. Except for me. I want my ads because it won't. Oh, it's working. So normally this video stops.
For an upgrade phone, if it's in 2020 model means I can buy a new and use both.
Yeah, if you got a new one, then you could use the new one and then use your old one for chat phone. Or you could be like me and buy a really cheap one. Use the phone you have to stream on, get a really cheap one. Android is the best for chat phone because iPhones don't have the same WAV file format, so like all the sound alerts can get fucked up and some of the shit won't work. But technically, if there's a will, there's a way. I've seen people that use 2 iPhones.
Said Amy, but check out Swappa. Good deals for secondhand and new phones.
Dude, having music on with it working properly makes me so happy.
Amy said thanks, see Fury on 7. Amy said EY thanks Danny. C_Fury on 7 said Norbert.
A Bluetooth speaker?
So I saw where I can use my Prime to subscribe. Someone gifted me a subscription, so I'm subscribed now, but for next time, I have Prime on a different email that I didn't use for Twitch. Would I need to use the email I used for Prime and created a new Twitch to be able to subscribe from Prime?
Oh, wow, Krissa. That's hardcore. If you really wanted to create like a whole new account and also subscribe with your Prime, first of all, that would be legendary. The fact that for some reason you come up with the idea to just try to attempt to do that versus just wait a month and then use it from this same account. Or wait, hold on. I have Prime on a different email that I didn't use. Yeah, you might as well make a new account with that email and then... Does it matter if the email matches, you guys? I don't know exactly. I don't want you to go out of your way to do something if it doesn't. Well, all I gotta say is that if you make a new account with a new email and you connect your Prime to that account, you will be able to sub, yes. If that's what you're asking. But if you logged into your Prime on this account and it works, then you could wait for this sub to end and then resubscribe. But then again, you might as well not. You might as well, yeah, fuck it. But that being said, somebody gifted them a sub. Technically, if they made a new account and attached their email to that new account and followed and subscribed from that new account with their Prime, you would technically be able to subscribe with the new account.
Said, okay. So I ordered Garden of Life Code gummies for men multi. 0.90 quart lemon berry. $22 from Wally's. Be here Friday.
Nice. But yeah, you can do that. Because the only difference is that you would be able The only difference is that you would be able to subscribe right now if you want to. If you did want to make a new account and attach it to it and do all that with the other email. And the only difference is that I would get paid. I'd get paid. So I make money from the Prime subs. Even though it's free and they don't charge you, it's like an incentive because Amazon owns Twitch. So the only difference is that if you don't do that, we're missing a month that you could be using, basically. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I like where your head's at. Yeah, feel free to do that. If you have been on Twitch for a long time and you asked, I'd be like, just use it on whoever, you know, use it on your other favorite streamers. But since like you came here and followed me from another platform and you're new to the platform, I don't see it as such a bad idea. Let's go.
SGT Superbalance said me too. I saw 100% Bitsy, zinc, etc. Prices about where I like for starting out, gummies, etc.
Nice.
SGT Superbalance said I like the award
feel like there's like 20 people on the private airport strip, and they're just like all waiting to launch, just one at a time. They're all like, come on, let's go. Let's get this shit going, guys. And that's why there's endless airplanes.
SGT Superballoon said put one weed gummy, one CBD gummy, and one bit gummy in all at same time.
There you go. Yeah, I think with the vitamins, like the ones that I buy, I think they're like 25 bucks maybe, or 20 bucks. I don't fucking remember. But there's 90 in the container, and it says you should take 2 a day.
Don 13 said gummies
So that's
do nothing
45.
for me, just regular flour for me. C_theory on 7 said I'm not a doc of course, but having blood work done to see what you're deficient in isn't a bad idea. That way you have an idea of when you should supplement.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But it's like 99.999% impossible to get somebody to do that unless their health is declining so bad that they're worried. Yes, exactly. That is very true. Yeah, mine it comes with 90 and it says take 2 a day, so that's 45, so that's a month and a half. I think that puts them at like fucking like 50 cents a day or something. I don't remember. You know what really helps? Is just eating healthier. Like, go to the fucking store and look at the big ass tubs of greens and grab it every time. You know, if you're trying your best to like just be a little healthier, you'd be surprised what like the whole plants will do for you. What up, Malone? How's it going, bro? You guys, everybody say what's up to poor Malone. He's super nice. He streams a lot too. He's nice and he's funny. He gets drunk a lot. I don't even drink, but your streams are still so wholesome and fun and ridiculous all at the same time. Dude, when we were watching, what were we watching?
SGT Superballoon said lol. I've never bought one of those.
We watched some crazy ass videos on your stream. One of them like blew our minds. What one was it that day that I was there? Can you remember that? Does your brain work like that? Fuck, what was the video? Man, we watched so much different kind of shit too, but one of the videos that you pulled up, I had me dead. I feel like it was like a... I know, right? I think it was like a police chase video or something to do with some... It's so funny that I want to remember it so bad and I can't. But basically what I'm trying to remember is we were watching videos like kind of in a react mode type thing. And oh my god, I was dying. I spent many hours in your stream that night because I was like... I think we raided you that day. But I just got sucked into the fucking antics. Oh yeah, and I hope that you're doing good. I hope that if you know you're trying to get a van and stuff soon, I hope that shit works out for you. I used you as an example the other day because people always ask me like, do you have any suggestions or anything I should know about like possibly doing what you're doing? And I brought you up because when I brought up mechanics and stuff, you started talking about different things that you knew about how to work on vehicles, and I was like, there we go. Like, that's kind of the person that's gonna do the best if they travel in a vehicle or do something like this, is somebody who has some mechanical knowledge. because most people are just gonna have a nervous breakdown and call like a shitload of mechanics. And like, you know, at this point there's definitely things that if I can't open up the fucking motor and shit, and I won't know for sure if something's wrong just by looking at it. But for the most part, you can look at an engine or look at a part of the car and be like, oh shit, well, okay, I understand what's going on here. And most people can't do that. Most people will like pop their hood, maybe not even pop it. Like, I think most people just break down and they're like, I don't know what's going on under that thing. And yeah, I was just telling people, like, you know, it's gonna suck when you have this realization that you need to learn about engines and you need to learn how to fix parts of your engine, and if you can't afford to pay a bunch of mechanics, and then if you like accidentally buy a vehicle that has like a rare engine. I did it on purpose, thank God. Kind of knew what I was getting myself into, but you know, I could imagine somebody else buying like a Sprinter and then being like, holy fuck, why are the parts so hard to find? And why are the tools so weird? Everything's in metrics and Newton meters. Like, it's like, oh, fuck me, damn it, what is this? I could just see somebody having like a nervous breakdown and wanting to sell their van or something if they realize they bit off more than they could chew. Of course. 100%. Example, if you were stranded in the wilderness, you know, whether it's a jungle or swamps or whatever, if you had all those vitamins, the best way for you to absorb those vitamins would be to as slowly and as minimally as you could, because that'd be better than not having them and not having them last. So I'd say, yeah. Because like there was like a time when I was taking these vitamins and I was taking one and I'm supposed to take two, and I didn't realize that I was supposed to be taking two the whole time, and I felt pretty good about it. I was like, huh, I could probably just take one of these fucking things and they'll last twice as long, you know? So I don't think it's a bad idea. If it was like medication that your doctor gave to you and he was like, listen, you need to take this and this dosage is really important, I would say definitely don't fuck with the doses. But since it's like vitamins and those are just supplemental, unless you also went to a doctor and they were like, you are so deficient in these vitamins that you need to make sure 100% that you take this much. But since it's just you trying something, I don't think it matters that much, honestly. I don't know what kind of time and resources you have every day, but man, a smoothie, if you can,
that's why I have mine on prescription.
if you can start making a smoothie, right, if you can start making a smoothie every day, you get a lot of vitamins and nutrients just from fruit.
Said Eutherion, my bad, I didn't see that.
Just from fruit and vegetables. You get a lot of vitamins and nutrients from those. I mean, look it up. Basically, if you had the time to just eat a bunch of fruits and vegetables, you wouldn't even need more than half the shit that they try to sell you in pill form.
CHKN Fredchen said, can you do the Minecraft theme song?
No, but I have a friend from San Diego, and he's like a professional handpan player. And he's got this huge mustache. You might know who I'm talking about because he's gone viral a bunch on TikTok and other places. He made a video that was like, "Ooh, I got my new handpan in," and then he's like, "And then with this one and this one, I can play the Minecraft theme song," and he like hypes it up, and then at the end of the video he just goes, it's like a psych out video, you know? But he's like one of the most immaculate, incredibly talented handpan drummers on the planet of Earth. If some random person did that video, I don't think it would have gone as viral. People would have been like, fuck you, you're a dummy. Like, give us the Minecraft song, dick. But if you click any of his other videos, he's so fucking good. Stupid good. He's got the coolest drums too. They're all like thin steel handpan drums. So like, they'll have like a note and then like a harmonic that you can make that's like boom, boom, boom. And then depending on how hard you push it, you can make it go between those harmonics and bend into it. So it'll be like boom, boom. Or you can be like, or you can push down and then hit the note and pull the pressure off.
CHKN Frenchen said, can you do the other side?
No. You can pull the pressure off in the same time. So instead of going boom, doing, you can make it go boom. And you can do that with most of those drums. Not all of them are tuned that immaculately to allow that kind of manipulation and additional sounds. But man, he has songs that are just like boom, boom, and he's like using all these harmonics and pitch bends and percussion notes that you cannot fucking do on this drum at all. You can really only just smack this shit. Luckily, I've advanced a lot on this drum. Not by any means am I like trying to say I'm better than anybody, period. But I have advanced a lot for my own productivity. I feel pretty good about it. That if I take this level of practice and time spent that I've done on this drum, that if I got a thin steel drum, that I feel like I'll be making some really fucking epic shit. And I feel like it's gonna be a point of like, that I need to happen. It's like a level up moment. Yeah, the other side is just steel going all the way around. Can't really play it. When I used to do the sound baths, I'd put the microphones close to the bottom of the drum, and then I would scratch this. And when you have the really nice microphones and a really nice mixer hooked up like I did, that can sound pretty good. It's like left, right. It's like, oh man, it feels like they're scratching your brain. But yeah, I mostly do all the fun stuff on this side. Trying to come up with vocal melodies is hard for me because my ADHD is like wild. When there's this much going on and I'm like making something up on the drum and I'm feeling the melody and I'm feeling how I can manipulate it and how I can make it different.
Said, I was wondering what was putting me to sleep.
I have put a lot of people to sleep with this thing, I think. It's kind of a compliment. I like it. I still really like this thing. It's very simple. Maybe I can build on it and have like an aha moment today, but the simplest shit ever. Alright, good luck. Hopefully it's not like a fucking... Hopefully it's a good job. Because if some random job is drug testing you, and it's not a good job, not too sure about how I feel about it. I ended up in the hospital with 80 in red blood cells, meaning the blood loss at that point was where I had to get blood transfusions to recover. My organs were slowly shutting down from oxygen deprivation. Red blood cells carried the oxygen to every part of your body. And this was all because I went vegan, gluten-free, suffered-free.
Fuck that job. Open mouth smile.
Wait, I want to read this out loud real quick. So, Amiva, thanks for sharing that. So I was vegan for a long time and vegetarian for I'm still vegetarian. I'm vegetarian 15 years, right? So I'm originally from Detroit, you know, so like when people tell me things, I don't believe them until I experience them myself. Because how the fuck is someone else's experience going to really indicate how your own experience will be, right? So I met somebody who was vegetarian and I was like, oh, I'll try that. And that was in like 2009. And ever since, the whole culture and the whole like word vegetarian and veganism like re-emerged, because vegan and vegetarianism has been around forever, but like not forever, but it's been around for a long time. It's been like a trend and a mainstream diet type that you could choose for many years. There's been activists, all that shit's been around. But ever since the internet has popped off in the last 15 years, it re-trended itself to more vulnerable people, to really sensitive people, to millennials and Gen Z and all these people. And so there's so many vegans and vegetarians, so fucking many, like an influx. And then there's all kinds of weird, like all these vegan and vegetarian companies are just capitalistic genius companies who own, you know, all the vegan food companies. They're all started because the meat farmers were like, fuck, so many vegans, let's feed them vegan food. So like meat farmers will just pay an industry, you know, to start hiring people to get products, you know, getting facilities that can process these products, creating vegan snacks, creating vegan fake meat. And a lot of the hype around the newest companies all started from just farmers being like, oh shit, I'm making way less. And I know it's because of this hype, you know, so why not sell to the people I'm losing? Like, so the irony behind it is that sometimes when you eat, sometimes if you're a vegan or a vegetarian and you eat something, Heisenet, and you eat something, sometimes you're like, oh, I'm doing the right thing, oh, I'm supporting, you know, people who care, and etc. And sometimes you're actually supporting somebody who just like owns a cattle ranch and started a side business to continue making money, because that's how, you know, business works. And like a really good example of that is there's this vegan restaurant in Los Angeles, and people who know talk about it, you know, people who know the place are like, ooh, yeah, that's a nice little vegan restaurant, it's so beautiful and cute and almost bougie, so like people love it. But the people who own that vegan restaurant also have owned cattle farms for like hella long. So it was like some Los Angeles business move for them to open up this vegan place, because they were like, they're in the meat industry, they know how much competition there is headed their way, and they also know that they can profit off of just taking lead and being one of the, you know, being their own competition. It's a very capitalistic thing that happens a lot in the world, is you create another business and you pretend to compete with yourself, but all in all, there's one motherfucker out there with a big, rich, shit-eating grin on his face that's making bank off everybody. Okay, so with all that being said, the hype is interesting, because what's real is when the doctors tell you, you know what, your blood results came back like this, and blah, blah, blah. We need to talk to you about having a new regimen, because I think you've destroyed your body by going from eating dairy and meat your whole life to just forcing yourself not to for so long. And I think that's common, because you never... The only reason that everybody knows about veganism is because of a bunch of vegan influencers. Let's just leave it at that. Amiva's comment was, I ended up in the hospital with 80 in red blood cells, meaning blood loss to a point where I had to get my blood transfusions to recover. My organs were slowly shutting down from oxygen deprivation. Red blood cells carried the oxygen to every part of your body. And this is all because basically their diet resulted in dealing with a lot of repercussions. It's not going to be that way for everybody, I'm sure, but it's not it's definitely plausible. But yeah, basically do what makes you happy, and just know that if you're like a conscious, high-spirited, like earth-loving person who wants the animals on the planet that are left to be treated better, and you want to avoid eating them or supporting companies that do like mass slaughter and just, you know, fucking steroid farm chickens and cut their heads and legs off right when they're done growing after like 2 weeks, and then you get to eat them later. I get it, that shit's fucked up. But what's even more fucked up, realization and awareness to have, is that you can't save the world. And you're not gonna stop any of these fucking companies. And the only reason that you think you can is because of bullshit influencers who make money off of the content they make. So, because otherwise, how else would you think that you can be an activist? You've seen some bullshit Instagram person fucking chaining themselves to a fucking cow truck. And this is coming from somebody who's been vegetarian for 15 years. I just think that there's this like militant vegan vegetarian, like extremely just naive kind of like mindset that's like, all right, I support PETA. And it's like, dude, there's literally a millionaire that's making bank off PETA and writing off tons of things on their taxes just for your guys' naivety and vulnerability. Like all those people who stand in front of grocery stores and try to get you to sign up to their shit, bro, even if you feel super generous that day, don't talk to those people. Fuck those jobs. The more that they can convince people to sign their stupid petitions and try to get you to watch PETA videos and shit, the more that fucking enterprise makes money. You know what I mean? I just think the whole thing's a sham. They're like, do you care about this? And I'm like, yup. And they're like, cool, will you sign up? And I just keep walking. I'm like, listen, man, I don't want to participate in giving money away when it's hard enough to survive in this world. Why would I pay you to pay some millionaire capitalist genius who understands that nonprofits are definitely for profit? Because when you make the write-offs from your nonprofit, that's where you save a ton of money. So it's like, I don't know. I don't believe in most people's shit. Like if it's charity, if it's nonprofit, if you want to help somebody, find them and get them the care that they need. That is the absolute best way to help somebody. What up, Iceman? How you doing? I can tell the difference alone I eat of all, especially liver and heart. Sorry, vegetarians. The biggest issues I have with vegan and vegetarian food, it seems most of the meat alternatives are highly processed. Yeah. I feel like meat alternatives should just be like other food. It doesn't have to be like a fake meat, you know? Like all the bugs, especially bees, critters that are killed in farming, and all the vegetables. Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy and counterintuitiveness and shit, there's another word, I can't think of it, but days like this, and just lately, where the airplane sounds like are actually bothering me. I think I'm just overall frustrated that I have to work on my van again. To be fair, pretty sure that's my major malfunction lately. Sometimes if you get real delicate, you get this sound from this drum. You hit 3 notes together and then you go back and forth with your hand between 2 of the notes that you've hit out of the 3. It'll be like thy medicine. Classic quote. Alright, enough talking it. Let's walk it, baby. Speaking of food, let's eat. The rest of that shit out of there. Trying to eat better. Still not stopping tonight's planned cheeseburger. No, don't stop eating food that you like. You guys, okay, so basically, you know, so my whole family has all kinds of conditions. Like my mom has multiple sclerosis. My sister has celiac and blood pressure problems, and she had a heart monitor in for like 2 years. My brother died at 40 years old of a heart attack, okay? He was my same size, my height and everything. He wasn't like morbidly obese or anything, but his diet was shit. His diet was fucking dog shit. He ate like he was in college for his whole fucking life, and he never, you know, he went to college, but he never stopped eating that same shit, like frozen TV dinners, blah, blah, blah. And my family's kind of like that too. My family's kind of like old-fashioned, you know? So they eat a lot of shitty food. And, you know, I'm the only one yet who hasn't gotten some fucking medical analysis that, you know, is like a huge, 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 huge fucking wake-up call. And I say yet because it's like, who fucking knows, man? I've been trying to eat healthy for the last 15 fucking years, and I'm still worried all the time. I'm still being like, fuck, I need to break this habit. And it's not like a psychoanalysis thing. It's like just me trying to better myself, you know? Yeah, I mean, all my grandparents died from cancer. And like, yeah, there are just like a lot of reasons to try to live the best life I can from the day I was born till today, till the day I die, you know, because I've always thought, fuck, everybody in my family's dying or is sick or has a disease or something, you know, like, fuck me sideways, dude. Like, I better go enjoy life because my family's only pretty much worked and they got married and had kids, so they got to live a fulfilled life, but I'm single and I'm 36. So I'm like, and I'm like trying to just live before I die. And I'm not like hyperbolic. I'm not like weird thinking that I'm like gonna die. I don't have like some kind of, I don't like think I've, you know, either way, but I know there's probably a name for that or something. But yeah, man, live your life, be happy, take decent care of yourself so you don't have to spend the fucking all your money at like doctors and hospitals and all that kind of shit, you know. Looks like you went outside and picked some grass. You mean in this bowl? The bitter the better, dude. You gotta get some fucking bitter greens and find your favorite dressing and a bunch of additives that you can put in there. I put a bunch of hot ass pickled jalapenos in my salad. I put dressing on there. I put this stuff called nutritional yeast. It's a little cheesy. And then I take like a handful of nuts and sugar-free raisins, and I give it a little bit of sweet and salty, a little bit of texture. You got the chewy raisins and you've got the crunchy peanuts. So it's very, and I'm eating it with a spoon. So anything goes, man. Nothing has to be perfect. So if I was just to sit here and eat this arugula by itself, it would actually taste like grass. It would be like bitter and really hard to just sit and eat plain by itself. But if you dress it up, like if you're eating a salad every day and the lettuce and the greens aren't bitter, you're just eating fibery water. But if you eat stuff that's really bitter, it has more minerals and nutrients in it. And while cashews are amazing, they're expensive as fuck, and they will make you gain weight if you eat a lot of cashews or eat cashew butter or use that kind of product a lot. But if you look up nuts and seeds, the healthiest nut that exists in the world in comparison to other nuts is almonds. So for some reason you're trying to choose nuts, unless you have a preference for walnuts or a preference for like macadamia nuts, or you have a preference for something like different, that's fine. But if you're trying to eat like nuts and berries and greens and all vegetables and fruits to try to up your health, go for almonds. Almonds all day. Dan's dry ranch mix? That sounds good. Just mix it with some yogurt. Pumpkin seed, yeah, pepitas, they're pretty healthy too. They're one of the better seeds. But that's a seed. Hi. Hi. You're so cute. It's okay. I should have been like, come in. Let it jump in. I'll tell you what though, if you're like hooked on burgers and you love a good burger, I understand. Personally, I could probably make you a vegan burger. Whoa. It didn't even show me any indication. Oh, there it is. Now it came up. That was interesting. I was like, how did that just happen? That was so confusing. Thank you, Poppies. Thank you so much for the 300 bits. I always forget. I never mention. Maybe I should have like a Nightbot thing that says that we have sounds. Thank you so much. How are you? What's going on? Just waited for your FBI entrance. So many almonds in there. Oh, perfect. Hell yeah. But yeah, I could make like a vegetarian burger with like real cheese and stuff that you would be like, holy fucking shit, bro, how the fuck? Like, I'm pretty sure you'd be like, all right, damn. Everybody has their opinion on which fake meat they hate or love the most. There's this one called Beyond Meat, and Beyond Meat, you can really fuck with that shit. Go buy some Beyond Meat, but don't buy it from any store other than Costco, because Costco sells it for like 15 bucks for 10 patties, and at other places it's like 10 bucks for 4 patties, or, you know, even worse price than that. Ooh. I feel like we're in a recession, but nobody wants to admit it. They're just waiting until we all fucking lose our minds in our homes to tell us. Granted, I'm in the United States, so I can't go for everybody. I'll tell you who's not in a recession. Fucking Dubai. You know? Abu Dhabi. Your word for Elon. I wish you guys would have been there, because there was this one stream that I did, and I think either before I got on or when I got off, this guy started telling me about how much he loves Elon Musk. And he was just like a random, normal looking guy. I know that's it's like, this is when you guys should be like, cool story, bro. Because I didn't tell it very good at all. But essentially I was just like, oh, hey, how you doing? And he was like, yeah, Elon Musk, huh? And I was like, what? There was like no reason for him to reference Elon Musk. And I was just like, why? I mean, sure, wait, what are we talking about him for? And he was like, he's just a brilliant guy. Like, I think that everything he does and says is right. I was just like, oh my God. I'm meeting like a real life Elon Musk, like, parasocial warrior. It was wild. Wait, I wonder what Elon Musk eats. How are you, Cristiano? Are we gonna get to 300 today? If not, before end of the week. Oh, aircrafts? Oh, fuck yeah. Maybe by the end of the day at this fucking rate. What up, Mezzy? A liaison between aliens and humans? That's way too funny, dude. What? Oh, man. That guy's got a whole fucking camp set up right there. The fuck, bro? I didn't realize that. He must have just put that there in the last 2 hours. You can't see it, but like right past my door, there's a fucking tent in the grass. Tarps all over it. Elon Musk is the kind of guy who's like, he could get like his dick shot off on accident, and he'd be like, it's okay, I'll just buy a new one. They're like, that's not how it works. He's like, yeah, but it does. Like, what? All right. He's probably the kind of rich person who like lets his teeth fall out. Like he doesn't brush his teeth ever. And he's like, I don't care. Like I'm gonna get bionic teeth. Like fuck these stupid ass human teeth. He's like, you weak, inferior humans with your normal birth-given teeth. Fuck you guys. I met a rich southerner like that. Like he's been like trading stocks in his name since he was a baby. Like he's from like an uber wealthy family. And he didn't give a fuck about his teeth. He was like in his mid-20s and his teeth were like falling out. And he's like a millionaire. And he's like, that's fine, when they all fall out, I'm just gonna get real nice permanent ones that won't ever decay. And I was like, oh my God. But if I was like a fucking billionaire, I would definitely just take care of myself. Like, the neglect method is a little weird. I don't understand that logic. Like, unless you're starting dreadlocks and you stop brushing your hair forever and it just starts making dreads, that's the only neglect method I've ever heard of that makes sense to me. Yeah, fake teeth still need maintenance, yeah. But if it was Elon Musk, he would just like build little miniature mosquito-sized AI drones, and he would just go, and then they'd fly up to his teeth and clean them and, you know, take care of them and stuff. Bro, yesterday I fell in such a like bottomless pit of like, what the fuck is life? I had like an existential crisis on stream. And you know why? Because I was asking about different civilizations. That conversation stuck with me like all day. Yesterday I was like, isn't it crazy that there's so many dated civilizations, recorded civilizations, and like they're all gone? And like the vast differences between them, and like how many different animals have lived on the planet and gone extinct, and like what we have left is just like a sliver of a little bit of biogenetics that are like still existing from all of these other fucking civilizations. Like how the fucking fuck? Explain to me, guys. How the hell, like, I don't know, man. Let me ask a bunch of dumb questions. If Egypt was around super long time ago, what actually, if somebody says that they're Egyptian right now, the fuck does that mean? Does that mean they're like from the Middle East? Or like, is Egyptian an actual, because I feel like I've seen people claim that they're Egyptian before. I didn't want to ask them because I feel like it's rude, so I'm going to ask you guys. And I didn't research it because I'm a fucking idiot. And I probably forgot right after until right now. They're probably from Egypt. That's kind of what I was thinking. But you're saying there's very few native Egyptians left. How would there be one Egyptian left? It's a whole different like civilization. How does that make it make sense? But I ain't gonna lie, I've seen pictures of Middle Eastern people that look like some of the depictions in the Egyptian hieroglyphs and you know, paintings and how the fuck? Like what? Where was the United States back when the Egyptians were building pyramids? You know, what was the United States? Did Pangea even take effect by then, or am I... Like, a part of me wants to research history, like, a ton, and then a part of me doesn't believe half the shit that's there anyways, that it's important or makes sense or is true. So it's annoying. Oh, I don't. Shit. I mean, I've thought about it. The only thing that sucks about getting implants is they take all your teeth out and then they put like these little pegs in your gums where all your new teeth are gonna be. And you have to have those pegs in your gums for like a full day or two or something before you go back in and you get those teeth put onto the pegs. So you have to have like this razor wire gummed mouth like at home and wherever for like a couple days. I'm pretty sure. Here, I can finally show you guys. I mean, I show you this all the time, but it makes me watch ads too, believe it or not. Back in the days of Egypt, Native Americans were roaming freely and happily in North America. Really? And is anybody in here Mexican? If you're like Mexican, do you consider yourself Native American? Or is that like a very specific? Because I think it's like, so who did the Spaniards conquer and colonize? Were those not Native Americans that were then turned into Mexicans? And I'm not trying, I feel like I don't want to say something weird or wrong. Obviously, if I do, I don't mean to. Okay. Was it? Well, some people are still watching ads. Let me read up on the comments before I give any more uneducated input. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Iceman. Mexican is native to the region, but not Native American. More like Native Mexican. I want to see Zanette's explanation. I'm telling you, today's Monday is like go for the stars. Everybody fly your private airplanes today, guys. It's a beautiful day to be in the sky. 4 screws on the bottom, 4 on the top, but you have to be really careful keeping it clean. Wait, what are you talking about, Amiva? They just give you meal replacement juice before the new teeth get placed. Ah, okay. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Excuse me. Now I remember. Asking questions is not offensive. You're just educating yourself. Thanks. I literally lived in Mexico by myself for 4 months, and all I spent my time doing was studying Mexico City. And then when I realized, when you start studying that area, there's like endless rabbit holes you can go down with the history of so much history. And it's just so fascinating to me. I feel like no one knows the definition of native. We all migrated here, so technically no one is native. Well, yeah, nobody that was here would be 100% like Aboriginal American. You know, like what Aboriginal, what we call America. Like whoever was there. I see what you're saying. Come to find that cavemen are the real natives of the earth. Well, yeah, the modern Mexicans are considered invaders and occupiers because all the modern Mexicans are cross of Spanish and then all these other things that you just mentioned, huh? Like all these different... Teotihuacan is Native Americans with some technicality. Like the Toltec, Aztec, the Maya, Zapotec. Right, that's the only way you could do it. Do you think that's why Mexicans are so short? Dude, I have so many Mexican best friends, and every time I hang out with them, I ask them all these kinds of questions too. So I'm not just always asking random strangers or friends that aren't Mexican. Native American history is hard. We never kept written records. Our history is passed through story and legend. If they make us all go home, I'd be headed to Norway. They have oil. If they made us all go home. Nah, if anything, no, that'll never happen. I'd have to go to Belgium. What up, Nick Ismeto? How are you? We're technically all from Egypt, aren't we? If we go far enough back in time, or am I wrong? These are all amazing questions. I think it's pretty silly that we exist and we don't know the answers to these questions. And if you learn the shit, you just end up majoring in one section of history. No one's got like a broad overall piece in all the gaps and all the lies and all the truths type class. Rich people are gonna kick us out? Nah. Listen, if you have skills, if you have useful skills, you're gonna survive no matter what. That's my take. Like if a fucking asteroid fell into the front half of my van and just pushed my engine into the earth, and insurance didn't cover that, you know? And I had nowhere to sleep, and I had to like resort to resources like friends or family to like try to find a few days here, a few days there while I figure out like how I handle the asteroid hitting the engine type shit. Even if I didn't have like resources lined up that were familiar, I would take everything that I'm useful for, every way I can be useful, and offer it to everybody I see. Walk into every business. Yo, I'm in this situation. I really need a short stint of work, and here's my references. Here's my, look me up. I have no criminal record, etc., etc. I don't think it'll ever reach a point where if you have skills that you'll have to worry about like the worst case scenarios. You might in your head worry about the worst case scenarios, but in all, think about people that like literally didn't go to college. I didn't go to college. Think about people who didn't go to college, who literally are better at gaming than any job they've ever had, but they make zero money gaming. Those people need skills, because like I definitely feel like I have skills and I have experience, and I've had a lot of different types of jobs and a lot of different labor intensive or brain consumption like intensive, or doing data processing and logistical type things, or and I feel like if I didn't have those things to fall back on, especially because I don't have a major or a degree in anything, that I would be fucked. So like my advice to people who want to be a streamer is like, yeah, be a streamer, but also like learn skills, do things that can make you more independent and self-reliant, but also be more valuable to potential employers and stuff. Hopefully you're the type of person too, if you know when you need to put your nose to the grindstone type shit. Like, some people will dilly-dally until things are totally fucked. And I think that you really need to have a good gauge internally when you need to, like, really tighten the bootstraps and, you know, get to fucking relentlessly looking for a better opportunity or something like that. There's nothing worse than having a job that you fucking hate. Especially if you've been there for a couple years. It's like every time the owner or the CEO opens their mouth, you're just like, fuck this person, dude. Fucking rich asshole who pays us jack shit for doing everything in their life. I'm trying to think of what I learned in school that was valuable, and I can't really put a finger on it. Yeah, okay, what school taught me was how to create a routine at a young age that basically is mimicking what you're gonna have to do in the workforce when you get older. So I learned how to wake up uncomfortably, not want to go to this place, and then go there anyways, and then be there and be like, fuck this place all day, and then go home and be like, yeah, why was I even there? Like, everybody there sucks. Everybody there's not nice to each other. The teachers seem to hate their jobs. There's always fights. You know, it's like, that's what I learned in school, was that life's not fair and they're gonna force you to do shit, and you're gonna have to wake up early and stay places for long hours and be tired as fuck by the end of the day, to where you don't want to do anything with anyone, even though you're a kid and you want to have fun with your friends. And it's just preparing you for adulthood, when you have to, like, get up and go to work and take care of your relatives, take care of your family or your kids or yourself, and go to work, keep working, keep fucking going. Exactly why school is there, to train you for the future of workforce. 100%. I agree. Secret City. On, like, 100% in agreement with that. That's why I think that people are homeschooled, like, turn out to be exceptional fucking adults. It teaches you critical thinking, social skills with other students. You know, I was so, like, ADHD, and they didn't accommodate that. They just kind of, like, told my mom that I should be on Ritalin, so I ended up on Ritalin in, like, 3rd grade or something. I think I was, like, 8 years old or 9, I don't remember. 8. Yeah, all they taught me is that if I don't enjoy being somewhere, that they'll medicate me and make me enjoy it. Because outside of school, my ADHD wasn't a fucking problem. My mom was like, oh, he's so talkative, he's friendly, he gets along with everybody, you can bring your kids and he'll be okay, and blah, blah, blah. And it's crazy because my mom turned my ADHD into, like, complimenting me on it and making me feel good about it. And then, but when I was in school, it was like, oh, he's too distracted. He can't sit in an hour and 15 minutes in this boring ass, stupid ass, bullshit fucking class without talking. And I'm sick of it. So you guys gotta do something about it. And then it's like, okay, let's give him Ritalin. Maybe he'll just take it for school and he'll be fine. Man, I hated taking Ritalin so much that, like, imagine there's a microwave right here, and every morning, like, my family's, like, from Belgium and all these other places out there, and so they've been feeding me tea, hot tea, since I was, like, a baby. And so I love tea, and every morning I'd put a cup of water in the, or every morning my mom would put a cup of water in the microwave, and then when I woke up, I would push the button, and then it would basically prepare my tea, right? And then right there was, like, a bottle of Ritalin, and I I was supposed to take it with the tea. She prepares the tea, I push start, I take the pill out, I eat it, and then I don't know how long it took before, but I started opening the microwave, turning on the water and stuff, and then I would take the pill and I would just flick it underneath the microwave. And then like I started doing this like every single day and just like trying not to get called out in school for being hyper. And then one day my mom was cleaning the kitchen and she like moved the microwave and she was like, "Danny, come here now." And I was like, "Oh fuck me, what happened? What did I do?" And I go in the kitchen and I shit you not, there's like 60 Ritalin pills just sitting there under where the microwave was, and she moved the microwave. And she was like, "You can't do that. You have to tell me that you don't like it. You have to let me know that it's not what you feel like is good for you. And if that's how you feel, you don't have to take it." And I was just like, phew, you know, I was just like, oh man, I thought I was in so much trouble. And she was like, "If this isn't right for you, then let's not make you take it." And I was just like, I fucking love you. Thank you. Okay, let me read all these comments. I had some teachers who gave me literal nightmares. Damn. Didn't they do a study and kids learned more in an hour of two of homeschooling learn more in an hour or two of homeschooling than kids who went to school for 8 hours a day? I wouldn't deny that. I'd believe that. I was a hyper kid, never took on the label of ADHD. I don't believe in ADHD. That's the easy way out for a lazy parent. Yeah, but once your parents are removed from the situation, you'll learn that ADHD is real because it affects your life if it's really bad, unfortunately. Like, I could literally sit here and bring up 100 different words that have nothing to do with anything we've talked about for the entire stream, and they'll come from a place of I'm really intrigued, or I'm interested, and I can like my brain is like a Rolodex of offerings. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. I got something to say. I have some kind of question about what you're doing. I'm so intrigued by existence, and every little flicker of light makes my brain think something, let alone somebody talking or reading or looking or whatever. It's pretty debilitating, to be honest. I know a lot of people who have found ADHD medication that doesn't make you feel like all the old school shit does, and I've definitely considered trying it. But I 100% agree with the comment that you said that it's like an excuse for lazy parents. For sure. I mean, or just inconsiderate parents. Like, if I was that person's parent, I'd be like, how much is too much talking? You know? Like, they're getting good grades. They turn in all their fucking homework. Is it just like they're a nuisance and distracting other people in class, etc.? It's like, you know, instead of talking to them, they just suggest medicine. The sheer blame of ADHD is wild in education, definitely. I was a fishmonger. I've been waiting to read this one forever. I was a fishmonger at the age of 14. I also sold fruit and vegetables in a marketplace too at 14. I learned so much there. That's wild. So you know you're a fish. I'm a shell of a person when I'm on ADHD meds. Krissa, I agree, me too. Maybe I was too young to learn how to be productive while on it though, because I was just like zombified by the way it made me feel, so I didn't like it. They tried that with my brother-in-law as a kid. My mother-in-law told doctors in school, "Fuck you, you're not putting my kids on drugs because your teachers can't have patience with them." Yeah, and then they'll blame your kid. Okay, when the other parents say, "Why is my kid doing that good in school? He seems to be like, you know, he shows up every day, you never complain about him. Why is he getting bad grades?" And they're like, "Oh, it's probably because of fucking Danny. Because he's like always distracting him. And I even moved them across the class from each other, but their parents won't put them on Ritalin yet. So hopefully we'll drug them up soon. I think your kid will do better when we drug that kid up. So don't worry about it." When I was little as a model student, I was shy. I did all that they told me, but when I got older, I started to struggle with math, and I had depression and became the worst student. Well, Mezzy, first off, fuck math. You know? I think math will drive anybody crazy. Literally. I think math class is why some people shoot up schools. And I know that's not funny, but it might be true. The reason that I have such a hatred of math is that when I got in high school, they put me in advanced algebra, and I had never even taken algebra before. They like accidentally put me in advanced algebra. And I was like, wait, why do I have this class? And they were like, I don't know, you must have taken regular algebra, right? And I was like, no, I hate math. Like, I suck at math. I take like general math and I fail. I hate this class. I fucking don't even want to write answers down. Why are you making me put all these numbers in? I know how to do math. I don't need to learn all this other garbage and be questioned a million times on how to do it over and again. And they were like, well, maybe you'll catch up. Like, I don't know if you should be transferred to a new class. They kept me in advanced algebra for an entire year, even though I never took algebra before it. They rather cater to your needs and push some pills in your mouth. Yeah, they should be taking care of the kids better, like the schools. Parents doing all they can. I want to give the parents the benefit of a doubt. Learning to live and cope with ADHD, I think, is the struggle. Being medicated, I think, prevents a young person from being alive with themselves, to live with themselves. My stepson was supposedly ADHD. Their bio dad pushed for Ritalin and Mama Ice nearly killed him seeing their son drugged up. Damn. Naveen, today what happened with me? Hold on, flushed pills on the spot, worked summer breaks, enjoyed earning money, and went backpacking through Europe and all the festivals. Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Someone called me on my phone and told me my brother is in a fight, so come quickly, I'll go there. And there was 60 or 70 people was there. My brother and his friends beating some guy, that's why. So it sounds like your brother won the fight. Which, I don't condone violence, but like, you know, I'm glad your brother's okay. So what is so sad but true? Oh, sorry, that was a response to a little message. What the fuck is that real, Danny? Me and my G's don't fuck with math. Is what real? Even though I have ADHD, math has always came easy for me. My brain really gets numbers. I did applied and pre-calculus in high school. I was a nerd. Well, that's cool. My brother was really good at math and he liked it. It was fun for him, but I didn't like that shit. And that's funny because I worked in like marketing and analytics and as a logistics manager for like a multi-million-dollar company where I had to keep track of numbers and be like very, 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 very precise. And, you know, like learning the ins and outs of how to create documents that are like super important, that hold information that's auto-populated from other places and things like this. Like none of that shit in any of my math classes prepared me to be like a really good logistics manager, which is fucking crazy to think. Never once was I doing logistics for this really important job and thought, oh man, I learned this in math. That's why I'm figuring this out. Even like doing work under pressure, you know, with like a time constraint, etc. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've just gotten the hang of it in my normal life and applied it without really feeling like school really helped. The best class I had in school was art. It's the best class. That's the only class that I have a positive remembrance. Things put in the system so people will fall. If everyone graduated off these basics, we wouldn't have the failures. Oh yeah, that's true. Dang. There has to be a hierarchy. It's so crazy that I completely agree with that. It's little moments like this where I'm like, man, the world is such a fucking fuckhole. Like, I'm so glad there's cool people who see eye to eye. Because also, it's hard to find people that see eye to eye that aren't like politically driven in one direction and it starts like oozing out of them after their really valid opinions come first. So it's just dope to like, you guys are awesome. Fuck yeah. And welcome in Secret City. I appreciate all the input. Drugging kids up, splitting the blame on the undrugged kids. Yep. minor was marketing in college. Nice. My math teacher said it's not like we'll have calculators everywhere we go. Now who's laughing? Yeah. My only positive memory of that class is that there was this kid in class who was like a punk, and he was a skater. He's a really good skater. And he was such a fucking class clown, man.
Wait a minute. Who
Yo, thanks for the follow. Welcome in officially. My name's Danny, by the way. But yeah, there was this kid named Conrad in class. And I remember one time, he was like, he's like, I can't fucking breathe. And then he like sucked in through his nose, and his nose went like, and it made like this really high pitched whistle sound. And he just started laughing, and he was like, and like kept like making the whistle sound over and over. And that is literally my only positive memory of that fucking class that I hated so much. Watched it before, never chatted. Thought I followed you, guess I didn't. Oh, no worries. Yeah, there was a point when people would be like gate kept out of the chat depending on how long they follow for and stuff. So it almost also might have, that sometimes affects people. Or like I had to change some of my settings, and a lot of people couldn't chat, and I changed them, and now a lot of people can chat, which is nice. I had good marks, played all sports, sold a ton of weed in high school. It was a great time, sold weed, worked 3 jobs, was making $3K a month in high school in our small town. That's wild. Those without Neuralink would be discriminated against, especially in workforce. What? What did I miss? My math teacher said it's not. Oh, yeah. I loved home class where we cooked food. Oh, yeah, home economics was nice. Yeah, that class was nice. I had this huge crush on this girl that sat across from me in home economics class. And I literally, she was like dreamy. Like I had that big of a crush on her. I'd just be like, oh my God, she's so perfect. and she was hella popular. And I remember just being like, yeah, that'll never happen. That'll never work out. I'll never ever be like in a relationship with this person. That's wild. And I remember once the year was over and it was like summer and we were all about to go to different high schools and all this shit, it was like 8th grade. I found out that what I thought was not true. Yeah, we ended up dating, and she was like the first girlfriend I ever had that I was like enamored by. And I was also so young that I didn't have like a super crazy like sad downfall like when we stopped dating, because like we both went to different high schools and we were both just like, I don't know, it was weird. It was like my first positive relationship, pretty much. And she lived like a neighborhood over from me. I remember when she first told me where she lived, I was like, oh my God, you live so close. And I remember I like started sweating immediately. I just remember being like, she's like, oh yeah, you should ride your bike over to my house. And I was just like, oh my God, fuck, what? Why? You know? She's like, my parents aren't home. I'm like, oh, I'm just like, no. Literally, like instantly my armpits are like just a ring of sweat. And I'm like, okay, how do I, so this is new. Like I've never been nervous, and she was like the first person I ever made out with. And I was just like, I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. What the fuck? And she was Mexican, and she's like, yeah, I have an older brother and he's really protective of me. And I was just like, oh God. I was like, noted. Like, beautiful partner comes with baggage. There's always some underlying like thing that you should be scared of when you start a relationship with somebody who you think is really you're enamored by their beauty. because other people will be enamored by that beauty, and their family and relatives and cousins and brothers will be protective of people that are enamored by that. Welcome back. But yeah, home ec was good. We actually just made like, I remember it was like a mixture of cooking and random other like crafting, you know? Like we made like pillows and random shit like that, and then some days we'd go into the other section of the room and it was like the kitchen area. We'd make like cookies one day, we'd make muffins another day. It was so basic, but I loved it. I have 22 brothers and sisters. About 5 of them passed already. We keep in touch with about 7 to 10 of them. Holy shit. Wow. I mean, that's a lot of family to keep in touch with. I mean, just to keep the 7 and 10 of them is kind of impressive. And my condolences for your lost siblings. I only had 1 brother and sister, so now I didn't really have to, it's not that hard to keep up with them. 1 sister has 8 kids. Damn. It ain't quite 22. Dude, 8 that's a pretty good cutoff point. If you have 8 kids, it's like, all right, let's stop doing that. I remember one time having a conversation with a girl about like our future. Like, would you potentially, like, oh, would you ever want to have kids? And I'm the kind of person who's like, yeah, I'm open to it. Of course. I mean, I only have a dick. Like, I can't, you know, incubate a baby in my belly. So it's not really my decision. But I remember that person saying that they'd like to have like 4 kids. And that's the first time anybody in my life had mentioned having that many kids. And I was just like, fuck, 4 kids. Okay, shit. I was like, let me go get a better job and I'll keep in touch with you throughout the years and let you know if I'm ever ready. Good child tax credit or something. Good grade. Yes, we get allowance here, roughly 500 per kid. We have 7 together, Miss Ice and I. Hi, Shazi. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people do have kids for the benefits. How am I keeping? I'm keeping cool. I'm good. Trying to maintain my level of chill. I feel like you have to be accepting of having 2 or 3 kids right out the gate, because there's always a chance that you have twins, you know, or triplets. Isn't there some kind of story about some family that like wanted to have a kid and then they had like 4 kids? And then they had kids again, and it was like quintuplets again or some shit. And they're just like, Jesus Christ. Like, dude. And that's frightening, because it's actually pretty common that people have miscarriages and have unfortunate losses of the baby before birth. So to have like 2 or 3 or 4 inside you at once, man, that's a big burden for the woman's body. You know? No, I said that people have kids for the benefits. I said that. Iceman. No, I wasn't saying that like necessarily about you. I'm saying that is a fact. Like, go to the ghetto, go to the hood, Go to certain places and there's a million people there that have had kids just for the benefits. There's a lot you can claim and collect when you have a child, especially if you're a low income. There's a lot of amazing people that were born into this world just so their parents could reap the benefit of it because they were struggling. Which is kind of a crazy thought. Capitalism wins. More babies are born. I don't think Iceman is in the US, so may not see what's happening here. Hold on, sorry, I'm missing a bunch of comments here. 6 kids at once? Yeah, 6 is crazy. We live in a 2-story, 6-bedroom, 2-bathroom house on a 2-acre lot. That sounds so nice. I love that. That's plenty of space for a big family. I wish I would have just had more than one at once. I have a 24-year-old and a 2-year-old. Oh, fuck. Secret City, are you a guy or a girl? Sorry. Or any other... you identify as anything else or anything? I don't know. You tell me. I don't think they're in the US, or am I wrong? The ghetto is where I grew up. The land... north end of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Yes, it's true, but sad. Also, many parents do it for the check and not for the parenthood. I would cut my tubes out after one pregnancy, then, but hey, to each their own. Kids are funny. Yes, I'm from Canada. I think there's always some selfish reason behind people having kids, whether they admit it or not. Yeah, it's like planting a flower. You plant that seed and it was intentional, you know? It's for self-satisfaction. It's self-serving. I think people have kids because they feel like it's the ultimate thing, you know? I think that people have kids because it's like, this is like the ultimate level up with somebody that you love, to create another human. It's kind of a pretty miraculous thing when you think about it. And but in you know, in a lot of instances, people are like feeling like, oh, this is the next step, but the next step is them trying to be happy, to continue to find ways to be happy with their significant other. They're like, oh, well, let's raise a kid together. That's new. Let's do that. And I do think that yeah, I don't know. I really can't really judge it too much myself because I've never been in that position. But I'm assuming when people find out they're pregnant and it's a surprise, that it like really shakes them up a bit. Because if you're not planning on incubating a baby in your belly, and you're told that that's what's about to happen, okay, that's intense. I can only imagine. Yeah. Secret City or male. Okay, good. Just good to know. It's animal nature, live and reproduce. It's a lot of responsibility because then you have putting that tiny human first. Yeah, you have to put the baby first. So why backtracking to like where I trailed off about an hour ago? Why is it that people that are from Mexico are so short? Explain it to me. Explain it to me why there's like 4-foot 5-inch husbands and wives that seemingly the families are not getting any taller. Do you think that that is just some unique genetical thing? Genetical? Do you think that it's some weird thing with genetics, or it's something to do that was more like I don't know. Here, what do you guys think? Do you think it was from inbreeding? Be honest. Could be the environmental too. Same with Guatemalans, they're short also. Like on a very noticeable scale. Because like when you meet any Mexican family that's in LA or around LA, they're always really short, but I feel like if you go to Mexico, it's the same. If you go to Mexico City, there's a lot of mixed people. There's a lot of other mixed Latin cultures with Mexican blood and genetics. So there's, you know, a variety. But when it comes to like the native Mexicans who are like straight Mexican blood, they're very short. Yeah, you think it has something to do with that? That's a lot of good answers. Genetics, I have Icelandic and I'm Native American blood, 6'3", 235 pounds. Yeah, I think it has to do with the environment, the genetics that were in that environment. Why ask that? I mean, Asians are also short, right? Why not ask, why are Europeans taller? I guess I would also wonder why Japanese people are so short too. It's just that I'm looking at like a 4'5" Mexican man standing with like a 4 foot tall Mexican woman right now, and it's got me wondering. Every Mexican that's like from the Tijuana area or the northwest region of Mexico, those are like the shortest Mexicans in Mexico. I could be wrong actually, but it seems like it. Oh, that guy's a little new. Who's that? All right, I'm gonna Google it. And I understand it's a generalization, but it's a valid question. So is it because people were like much shorter in these regions, and then when all of the people who came and like is it because the Europeans were tall? Is it because people that lived in like the jungles they just were like excuse me, like they had their own like agricultural sites going and stuff, that like maybe their height was an advantage to them? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, Secret City. A lot of it food quality, humans on a whole, but a lot of it has to do with genetics though, right? Like height. I mean, no food's gonna make you grow taller, but if the food overall has an impact on the growth of bones on like a civilization throughout a long period of time, then I can see that. If that's what you're saying. I don't know. My girl's mother is from the Philippines. They're pretty short people. She's about 4 foot on a good day, as well as her sisters, etc. Wow. Most people are lactose intolerant. If you are tolerant to milk after puberty, then most likely your ancestors came from Northern Europe. Interesting. Look at old house. Look how small a lot of them were. I'm talking like door frames, room size, beds. Yep. Everything was smaller at the turn of the century compared to a house made at the turn of century, 21st century. Yeah. Example how genetics from reasons can form environmental factors. Yeah, it's kind of like when people go deep sea diving and they see some like weird fucking crazy ass looking fish. Oh, regions, yeah. It's like when you go, you see like a video of some fish under like 1,000 feet depths of the ocean or some shit, and they're like, the only reason this creature can exist is because this, and this, and this, and that's how it thrives in this environment down here in the darkness. I think if you Google average height at 1900 was around 5'6". At 2000, the average height was around 6 feet. And when did we start colonizing the fuck out of this place? When did the colonization, the more modern day colonization happen? (1776). So say we're in 1776 and then 100 years goes by, it's almost 1900. So in between 1776 and then, there was a lot of cultural mixes breeding, increasing the height or something. Colonization and finding America was in the 1500s. Canadian Confederation was 1850s, I believe. Okay. But I'm in Sweden is the exact height and is the exact average height at 167 for females. Oh, okay. Hallmark told women to marry someone tall, dark, and handsome, and here we are. That's interesting. Canada around 150 years old. Right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm lactose intolerant, honestly. Let's find out. I got some cheese right here. I'm Belgian, French, Finnish, and Swedish. So I think I got those cheese genetics. I think I'm part cheesemonger, like deep down inside. Personally. But luckily I'm not like a direct descendant of somebody who came here and like raped and pillaged the country. My great-grandparents moved to Detroit on a whim. And I've looked up our history a lot. And we're just like poor farmers. My grandpa was a piano maker, or my great-grandpa was like a piano maker. And my grandpa was like a botanist who was like a farmer but obsessed with flowers. You know, I actually only found out that my great-grandpa was a piano maker recently. I only literally found that out like a week ago, or like last week. I never fucking knew that my bloodline has like passion for building pianos. A piano maker. Like, no wonder I've loved piano since like the day I've ever seen one, and I've always tinkered with them and felt like I need to learn more. Like, I can't believe I never was fucking told that before. My mom was like, I didn't tell you that? She's like, why do you think we had pianos in our house your whole life? Why do you think we had 2 pianos in one little ass house? And I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense. I guess I didn't ask when I was a kid. You're eating a cheese quesadilla? Nice. I remember when I outgrew my brother, my older brother who passed. I remember when I got taller than him, he started getting nervous. I definitely remember. I was like, yep, come at me now, bro. I'll fucking sock you back. I'm taller than you now, bitch. He always terrorized me until I got like an inch taller than him. Then he was like, okay. You're gonna hurt me one day. Wait, was that Chucho? And wait, is that, I think that's Luis's dogs. What the fuck is he doing? He's trying to rip a branch off the tree? Okay, he changed his mind. Yeah, I think that's Luis's dog. Same, I was named after first astronaut fired for joyriding with a spacecraft. That would have explained a lot. That's hella funny. I was named after the Bible, and then my mom converted to Buddhism. So, how about them apples? Yep. Off topic short, people discovering that America's lactose intolerant people. Did you fix the van? No. I worked on it. I took the whole thing apart for my very first time. And unfortunately, dude, I put the water pump back on, and then the fucking pump is leaking from the exact same spot that it was leaking from the old pump. It's not weeping. Unless maybe somehow it is. If it's a faulty pump, I'll know soon. Basically, I had to buy a pressure tester and do some more tests, and seems like I'm gonna have to rip it open again, take the new water pump off. Well, before I rip it open, I'll do some pressure tests and stuff. But I'm gonna have to take the new water pump off and clean more of the mating faces, clean more around those areas, be super particular. I'm gonna use a new mathematical sequence where, say there's like 3 different bolts on my water pump, and each bolt is 3 different sizes, and there's a different amount of each bolts. So the way that I'm going to torque it this time is that, say there's 5 bolts, and every one of those bolts is 25 Newton meters. So I'm going to divide 25 by 5, and then each one of those bolts I'm going to do in 5 Newton increments 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And I'm gonna have to count each one and keep note, because eventually I'm gonna have to do 5 repetitions, and it's gonna be, each of them will be at 25, which will be the torque spec. And then I'm gonna do one final full torque spec. So I'm gonna take it, I know, right? I'm gonna take it, fucking math. I'm gonna take it and do it more meticulously. There's a certain sequence and certain math equation. Excuse me. The crazy fucked up part is that I know people have put these motherfucking pumps on the same van that literally have just screwed them on hand tight. So I don't know what I did so fucking wrong that it's leaking when I put a brand new water pump on and all new lines and everything. So it's kind of fucking annoying. Like, there is a slight chance that I find out it's like the head, like the timing chain face, where it's like it's offset or warped, or somebody cleaned it and now there's like a divot that you can't see by the naked eye, that where the seal goes, maybe, you know. And yeah, I had a new hard gasket. These turbo diesel German engines, they use hard gasket, metal to metal, no sealant, no gasket sealer, nothing like that. Star pattern same should be done for lugs. Yes. Hey Loki, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. With my OCD, I'd be there all year. Yeah. Trying to figure it out. Maybe I should open it up right now and pressure test it on stream. The only thing is I can only see so much, and I even bought some mirrors, like some retractable, extendable mirrors, so that I could look into some crevices without having to disassemble the fucking manifold bracket and take out the AC condenser and intercooler and radiator. So I did get that. It kind of helped me see some things, but all in all, when you lay underneath my van and you get under it good enough, the oil pan will be like right above your head, and if you like look in between the oil pan and then the radiator system, you can see the bottom edge of the seal around the water pump just through this little sliver of fucking visibility. And then if you look to the right side, you can see it way better, and on the left you can see it better, but I can see the whole bottom of it, and it looks like it's dripping through the seal, but there is no way for me to see if it's coming through the weep hole. So there is some weird freakish chance that I have a faulty water pump and it's leaking right out of the weep hole on the new one. Isn't the pump effectively pressure testing it? No, it's not pressure testing it, but it is a part of the coolant system, which once heated up enough and once enough fluid is in there, it will create pressure, will exist in there. Did your gasket look like a bong? No. But yeah, the best way to pressure test is, so like for example, you open up your hood, you pressure test, pump it, all of a sudden you're looking around and you see this one line dripping. Oh, that's fine, I can literally just tighten that, perfect. And then you like get all the leaks if there is, and then there will be components like the water pump, which on this turbo diesel engine is very much hidden behind the AC condenser, intercooler, radiator, and then fan and clutch. And there's a bunch of lines that go in between there too. Metal rods going across, metal tubing going in a U shape from one side to the other. There's all kinds of components and stuff, and unfortunately you have to dismount some of those to be able to see in there better. One look like a bong? Maybe it does. Look up, well, if you go, there's like a website called Europarts SD, and they have an outlet store in San Diego. Europarts SD, if you click, they have like a thing on the left side of their page. They specialize from T1N to 2002 to 2006, and then they specialize in earlier models and older models, newer models. And if you click 2006 to 2002 T1N Sprinter, and then you click the coolant system and go to the water pump. I actually have another gasket. I think I put it away though. But yeah, I don't know. Here's Velcro made gasket for Mercedes vans. Oh yeah, the gasket I got comes with the it's like a German company that makes this water pump specifically for these types of engines. So it's definitely got a good part, but well, we'll see. I'm a little frustrated. I wish the answers would just appear in front of me, and it's a lot harder than that. So we're just gonna keep trying. Hi Cassie, how are you? Good to see you. How's Monday? Oh, ads. Alright, everybody. Fuck. I can't type on this gosh dang phone. Go pee or get water. Ads. Yo, Clutch, it is. It's a beautiful day. My depression is just washing away right now, and I'm not even being sarcastic. Man, I've had the hardest time like getting out of a rut the last like week or so, and it's not even like a financial thing. It's not like a heartbreak thing. It's not like attached to anything else. Literally, it's just me learning about fucking diesel engines, which I have pretty much had a lot of fun learning. But the day that I opened that shit up, the day that I tried to work on it, is the day that it became stressful. Dude, I fucking gashed my hand open so fucking hard. Here's the remnants of it. I'm definitely gonna have a scar on my fucking hand from that bad boy. Right next to the other scar from last time I gashed my hand open. But yeah, it was stressful. Like, I had to go to sleep. My van was still leaking even while it was turned off. Like, there was major random things I fucking didn't do properly. And, gasket 5634. You mind sending a link? Nightbot will tell you not to do it, but Nightbot won't do shit, and I'll still see the link. 35643. Is it the bong one? Oh, yeah, it looks like that, but it's not that one. Let me look at it. Oh, it looks like a dick. What the fuck? Look at this water pump gasket. Bro, why do they gotta do shit like that? That is so funny. That is fucking funny. I couldn't even, dude. I mean, you know, being a mechanic sucks. There's no happy-go-lucky mechanic out there, and if they're out there, they're on some good shit, man, because, like, it's not a fun fucking job. It's stressful. People put their stress on you all the time. I can only imagine working on somebody's vehicle and being like, ugh, another day in the life, fucking let's go. And then you open up the gasket for the car, and it looks like that, and it just makes your whole fucking month or your year. You like just order a second one and just glue it to the wall just because you want to never forget how fucking hilarious that shit was. You're talking about your van? Yeah, Clutch. Yeah. Because I did the job, and I'm still basically leaking coolant just like my old water pump. And it's annoying because I didn't pressure test the water pump with the vehicle partially disassembled to see if the old water pump was leaking from the weep hole or if it was leaking from just the seal. So that was kind of my bad. Granted, I was already gonna take the old one out and then put the new one in. But if for some reason I found out that the old one was leaking at the seal and not out of the weep hole, first of all, that means I can keep that water pump in case of emergency. Second of all, it would also mean that if my first one was leaking at the seal and my second one is leaking at the seal, then it might be not a user error as much on my end as it could have been like somebody power washing the block, like the timing block or something crazy, cleaning some mating faces or something, because there was like a gasket just stuck to it, and maybe there's like a slight, to the naked eye you can't see it, but like some kind of slight like divot created or something where it changed the flat contoured it a little, like with a dip or something that's allowing the leak. And then in that instance, maybe a sealant would be better. Maybe there is like, now it would be more of like a, well, at this point, unless you want to replace your whole timing block, you might just want to deal with the leak and pour coolant in there. Or, but that's the shitty part, is the coolant is constantly dripping through my fucking alternator. Nope, I didn't overheat, never overheated the van once since I owned it. Yeah, I'm just gonna Gorilla Glue patch and seal tape the fucking water pump on. I'm just gonna. But yeah, okay, so Secret City, when I bought the van, it didn't have a coolant leak. And I ended up having a fuel leak, and it was just like a leaky, it was just a fastener on one of the high pressure fuel lines, and thank God. And then I thought I was leaking fuel again. I was like, oh shit, fuck, I think I'm leaking fuel again. And I go under there, and it's just a slow drip. It's not like super concerning. But I was like, oh shit, this is coolant. Huh. So none of my lines were leaking. Did you fix the fuel thing yourself? Yeah, I had help from a dude at an auto shop. I didn't have to pay them any money. I just paid him out of the kindness of my heart. But he came outside and just gave me a new clasp, and I was like, he's like, this is all you need. Basically, the guy was like, you're gonna have to pay us $200 to look at your vehicle for an hour, and it's definitely just this one clamp. Like, as you showed me, it's just this spot. So I think it'd be pretty fucked up for us to like make you pay $200 to like leave your van with us when we all know what's wrong with it, since you described it in detail and you showed us really quick. And so I got lucky with that. I think I gave him like $40 just to like, you know, be nice. But yeah, that was simple. It was literally just refastening a new clamp on there. I had it to clip off. I had to like shear off an old school K-Seal is a good product you could try. Okay. Well, so that's the thing, is like, when I bought the van, that's what I was saying. I bought the van, found out I had a fuel leak, and that was after driving it like thousands of miles. And I was like, oh, okay, fuck it. Well, let's fix that. And then we fixed that. And then I thought I had another fuel leak. I was like, oh shit, it's the water pump. I'm looking at every line like meticulously. It's dripping right from where the water pump is. Can't necessarily see the weep hole because it's on the bottom side. It's hard to see that. But it's coming from that area, and it's dripping right through my alternator once it makes it down to the bottom, which sucks balls. I don't like the idea of that thing constantly getting wet and drying and being wet and gritty and gross with like oily drip and stuff when the coolant drags down other parts of the engine, eventually lands through the alternator. But yeah, so I was like, fuck, I gotta fix that. So instead of having it pressure tested and stuff, I was like, well, it's not a line, so at least that I know that it's like the water pump. So I decided to go in there and change it. So it didn't come with a leak. I never let it overheat. And I'm under the impression that hopefully this thing is never like overheated at some point. Hey, welcome in. What's up, Clive? Do we have any mods in here right now? Any mods in here? Could you please give a shout out to Clive?
Channel with 6 viewers.
Hey, farting Martin. Is there another coolant line above or nearby it, because it might look? I've meticulously tried to figure that out, actually. And if it is, it wouldn't be like a hidden one. It would be one that's like the hard pipe manifold that goes to the water pump, or it'd be like the other one. And I've meticulously looked at those. I even retightened the hard pipe manifold because that's one of the more hidden areas where if it was leaking from there, the hard pipe manifold's like on an angle where if it was leaking, it would definitely drip down the seal area of the water pump and maybe make you believe that it's coming from somewhere else. So I tightened that shit up hella hard, and it was really hard to do. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How was stream? What's up, Clive? Did anybody give a shout out? Is any mods have a spare hand? I know you guys are like working and have lives and stuff. I'm still cycling. Nice. Here, I got you on the shout out. 1 second. You guys, if you like watching my streams, I think you'll like Clive's streams. IRL streams. Cyclist. Hold on 1 second. Did it work? I guess it worked. Sweet. Still cycling? Damn though. So do you end your stream and then cycle home, or is that like a part of the routine, or is this just a today type thing? I feel like when you end stream you usually cycle home after, huh? Because you said that before. Yeah, he does. Okay, cool. I know he's riding right now, so he's probably like, I can't respond to every damn thing he says. It's like, trying to ride. Was it a good stream, Farting Martin? Did you have fun today hanging out with Clive? Were you there for the whole stream? Yeah, it was, but was working in the middle of it. Oh, yeah. Yep. Dude, streams are the best for when you're working. Like, I had the craziest fucking job last year that made me, like, so busy all the time. Hey, welcome. Thanks for the follow, White Cream Hog Juice. White Creamy Hog Juice. That's a fucking good username. Jesus. Like, how, I can't just imagine this person. I don't know you, but you seem funny. I can't imagine you just sitting there and you're like, yeah, White Creamy Hog Juice. Like, that's the username that you came up with. Oh, I mean, I would never do that, but I think it's funny that for some reason you committed to that shit. That's my name, don't wear it out right. Okay, WCHJ. Also known as White Creamy Hog Juice. So can you tell me what is White Creamy Hog Juice real quick? Is it hog juice? Or is it the hog? Is the hog your log? I mean, Farting Martin is not exactly much better. I mean, that... His is a little more generic, but still off the kind of like, off the beaten path. Like, his is a little more like innocent, you know? Farting Martin. 69. But yours is White Creamy Hog Juice. I mean, like, you stand out in a crowd. It's real easy. Like, if your username on YouTube or something or Twitter are the same, I can't imagine being like, getting a comment from White Creamy Hog Juice, you know? It's like, alright, what does White Creamy Hog Juice have to say? It'd be especially cool if your opinions were like extremely valid and like rooted in like some really great ethics or something. Like, your name is ridiculous, but everything you say is like, like intelligent, like caring, kind and stuff. Hopefully like once a million years. It's hog cum. I think the hog is the dick, and I think he's talking about human cum. That's my guess. Well, believe it or not, I'm an attorney. An attorney for hog law? Or... what kind of law do you practice? It's been a 420 day today. Oh, really, Clive? I'd be lying if I didn't say me too. I'm not getting like totally ripped today though, which is probably going to be a lie in about 5 minutes, but either way, I want to keep my composure. The shit you run into on Twitch, I swear. Hogg and Associates LLP is my firm, and we are in circumcision law. It's an up and coming field to practice in. Is there such a thing as an up and coming field these days? Like that's not technologically based? Whoa, what the fuck? You know spring's here when fruit flies keep coming in the van. I meticulously put all of my like fruit scraps and peels and stuff away. See, I thought that was a lady with a stroller. That's why I didn't look. But if I would have known it was just a dude pushing a stroller with his belongings in it, I would have definitely given him a little eye of recognition. Crowdsourcing legal funds is an up and coming field if anybody can figure out how to do it legitimately. I keep finding water bugs. What are water bugs? Oh, vapes. I see. What is that, Ohm's Law? Who's Big Boss? Is subs subatomic? Is that subatomics? Subfinger? Wait, why the fuck are all mine? Why is my... When you look at my emotes, they always say like potent 1. Why does my prefix have a 1 after it? Is that because somebody else has potent? You know what I'm asking? Like if you look at all the names of these emotes, like if you hold down on them and click them, do you think it matters the name of the weed strain? In 2024, I mean, not as much as it used to, that's for sure. I think what matters the most is when you look at a strain and you think it looks good and you smell it and you're really attracted to the smell, which means that when you smoke it, you're gonna like the flavor. Terpenes, the smell and all that stuff speak volumes. It's just like if you saw food and you smelled it and you looked good and you fucking eat it and you're like, damn, I was right, that was gonna be good. I think the name and the hype and whatever shelf it's sitting on or how expensive it is has nothing to do with what you should be choosing. I think you should, and we live in a day where everything's pre-sealed, but back in the day when you could go to dispensaries and just like open up a shit ton of containers. Yeah, but even if you smoke weed for the high, you're still gonna get higher off of a weed, off of a flower from a weed that, in my opinion, I think you're gonna have a better experience if you love the smell and the flavor and the look. Personally, I think that because you can get just as high off of some really high THC content, like, you know, $50 an eighth type expensive ass weed. But I feel like you can get just as high off something that's not claiming to be that strong. And I think that what has to do with it is like the overall experience. Like, I think if you're getting high just to get high and then you don't, what if someone walks up on that sidewalk? They do all day, every day, literally. Yeah, I sleep in like, like, I never have once slept right here. We've traveled around a lot. We've left the state. We've gone to NorCal and back. We've gone to the Los Padres National Forest. And, you know, there's a lot of times where I'm just basically picking what looks to be the most convenient spot to sleep where I know I'm not going to get a ticket. And that's pretty much it. Pretty simple. Las Vegas is the worst. But yeah. If somebody walks by the van, then they're going to smell some weed for sure. Because there's people like sitting on the corner smoking meth. Like the other day, right here, right there, was a naked man with a machete. And they didn't even arrest him. So, kind of says a lot about me just hanging out innocently smoking a spliff. But I am in California. And I have been arrested for smoking weed in public before, by the way. Years ago. Cops set an example of me just because they thought I was a college kid and I wasn't even a college kid. Hi, Lake Bug. It's going good. Thanks for asking. How are you? But yeah, if somebody walks by the sidewalk, they're going to get a big whiff of some dank spliff in their nose. But the thing about California is that you take like a 1 mile walk. So you just do odd jobs to pay for the necessities and then chill out and explore. Pretty much. I mean, the difference with where I was at, say, last year is I had a full-time salary job. And I was working as an art operations manager with like a personal assistant added on, which I was the personal assistant, that's what I mean. And a lot of that work slows down in the winter because there's a lot of like traveling and moving art and expensive art and like filling the van up with art and stuff like that. And I was renting vans like all last year to work for this company. And then towards fall, I ended up buying this van, and my brother passed away, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to work right now. Like, if you want me to work for you the day after my brother passed away, I'm going to be the most useless, depressed, confused worker that you've ever had in your life, right? So I called my boss and was like, listen, I can't work for a while. And then a few days after that, I decided I wasn't going to renew my lease either at the place that I was living because I was paying over $2,000 a month to have my own place a few blocks away from my job, which was in Santa Monica, California. And so I saved up enough to like get the journey going to buy the van. And this was for me. This isn't like a content project. It didn't start as anything like that. It started as me being like, oh, it'll be nice to have company and share some of these adventures I decided to go on to like grieve from my brother's passing and stuff. So, and that's kind of where I am now. I'm just 6 months into the journey. Here and there, you know, I got to spend $100 or, you know, whatever. It's added up, but it's nothing compared to the amount I used to have to pay as rent. $2,000 per month as an art assistant sounds expensive. I was an art operations manager and a personal assistant, and she was an attorney for one of the top 3 law firms in the entire world, and then she decided to be a painter. And $2,000 a month wasn't even like a third of my pay. So like I figured, fuck it, I'm making a lot. I should live right by my work, you know? Me too, I did have it lit. I was like 25 at the time. They charged me, had to go to court. Oh my God, Cassie, I didn't know that. Wow, you've been through a lot. I didn't realize you dealt with that before. needed 2 months after my dad died, and my company let me take it, which was amazing. Nice. Yeah. You should have stayed with her. I know. And you want to hear some good news about that? Is that I had to go meet up with her to get some tax documents, and she said, it's been like 6 months since you've been working here, but like, I wanted to compliment your work ethic and like your note-taking skills and the way that you organized all the inventory and the way that you organized the logistics of like getting things to places and talking to people that are my clients that pay like 40 grand for a piece, and then you deliver it to them and they seem to love you and you show up and all this stuff. And like I met her years and years ago, so we've always just been really good friends. Nothing more than friends ever, we've always just been like really solid friends. I met her when she first moved from New Orleans to Santa Monica on a fluke. I was just walking down the street and we said hi to each other, and then we saw each other again. Oh my god, hey, it's you again. And then we saw each other again, and she was like, dude, I think we should be friends. And she was just like, I'm a lawyer. And I was like, whoa. What's up, number one honey badger? What's good? How you doing? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Danny. If it's your first time here, I'm originally born in Detroit, Michigan in the United States. It's kind of a dangerous place. It's not the best place to grow up because all the fun happens in the dangerous areas too. So it's like, it's already known as a dangerous place, but then when you want to go have fun, you end up going to even more dangerous areas. So in 2009, I moved to California. And I've lived in and around California a lot. I've rented a lot. I've traveled a lot. But right now, I'm at the point where I'm just in travel mode. And anybody who comes here and has been here a lot recently will probably deny the fact that I'm in travel mode, because I've been sitting right here at this park for months. But I've been studying German-made turbo diesel engines because I have one in my van, and it's been a huge learning curve for me. So I've been hanging out a lot in LA, haven't been going on long road trips enough. The second I get that water pump to stop leaking, because I just did this huge job on my van and unfortunately I have to redo it, but right when I get this thing stopped leaking, I think I'm gonna go to like every beach town on the way to San Diego. I'll stream the ones that seem the most fun for people to see. California is my home state. Where in Cali? I'm in Los Angeles. I'm in Venice right now. Luckily, I'm like a very open person. Like, I'll sit here with my doors open during the day. If anybody walks up and tries to talk to me, I'm totally okay with that. So I've made a lot of like, I don't know, acquaintances in the area. And this sweet retired Mexican man, he's like this sweet old man. He let me work on my van in his backyard, like right here. Traveling doesn't necessarily mean moving, yeah. We are in travel mode and we have the travel bug, but part of that, if you don't have deep enough pockets to just pay somebody like 4 grand at a German motor shop to fix your vehicle, and you want to do it on your own, then yeah, part of the travels is the idle point when you're sitting there fixing your vehicle. Do you know how to fix cars? I do now, and I'm still learning and I don't know enough. But say somebody pulls up to me and they have a German Mercedes-Benz turbo diesel engine, I could dismantle the entire front end of that. I could take apart the whole manifold bracket, take out the AC condenser, intercooler, radiator, and I could get to the fan and clutch, which is attached to the pulley on the water pump, and I could take apart the water pump and I could reassemble it all. And after I reassemble it all, there's a chance it still might leak. Yeah, that's true, Secret City. How did I learn all that? I actually learned all that on stream the last like month and a half to 2 months. I started researching and talking about it on stream, and I started showing everybody all the information that I gathered from the 1,400-page engine manual from mechanics who were nice enough to share videos and written out instructional guides. Granted, my job was to replace like 7 things at once, not just the water pump, so I actually wrote myself a comprehensive like 85-point guide, handwritten, Nothing copy and pasted, all from disassembling the front end, disassembling everything I just explained, and then reinstalling new parts and reassembling things, and all the torque specs for every individual bolt that's in there. And I needed to research and find out every single tool I needed. Since it's a German engine, it has metric systems and Newton meters for torque. And so unfortunately, it's like you can find all that shit, but it's a lot trickier to learn and research. And I've had like highs where I'm learning so much and I'm like, yay, and then I like do something and then I fuck up and I'm like, fuck, and I have to like step back 5 steps and like message all these expert mechanics with the whole story. Like, I did this, you gave me this info, and I'm so grateful, and I would have never done this without you, but for some reason I'm experiencing this now as a result of my work, and it wasn't doing this before, or it's not supposed to be doing this now. So I've had to like revisit all of these expert mechanic forums and reach out to people personally, and I have 2 friends who are expert mechanics that unfortunately both live far away, but I can talk to them anytime. And so that's how I learned it. And in chat, once I started talking about this stuff out loud, I think I lost like, say, 50% of people who would normally be there every day. And then I gained 50% of people who were like super interested about what I'm doing mechanically. And they have their own reasons. Like, oh, I'm working on this van. Therion lives in a school bus. Daddy Pilkers has an ambulance he's converting into a fucking adventure vehicle. There's other people that live in vans and different things that like have come in here. There's just people who have a history of working in auto shops, and then there's people who are just slightly interested because it's what I'm going through, and they're like learning some stuff along the way. But yeah, a lot of it was perpetuated from all the resources I had, and then bringing that to Twitch and making my title Learning About Engines. And oh, thanks, Clive. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. I'm sure there's like a certain point when my regulars who just really enjoy not hearing about the engine, when they're just like, God damn, this motherfucker's still, how many, it feels like years this guy's been talking about this fucking thing. And then everybody else comes in like hoping I'm still talking about it. They're like, so what's up with the engine? And I'm like, yes, let's talk about it. And then Cassie's like, I'll be right back, I gotta go water the flowers. And she disappears. She's like, yeah. But yeah, so the one thing that, okay, it really stressed me out because I live and travel out of this thing. So when I realized that it's still leaking, I was like, fuck me. Like, did I just spend 10 hours in a day taking apart and reassembling my van to stop the same leak that the new water pump has? I'm 36. But yeah, I've worked on cars when I was younger, and I only had like American cars when I was young, and it's really easy to find American tools and American parts in Detroit, Michigan. So, but fast forward to today, I feel like I've never, ever touched underneath the hood, or ever, you know, done my own fluid changes or brake pads or wheels and tires, and like there's all these little things that I'd always done, and I never needed other people to pay them to do. So I was always like, I should be working on my own cars more. That's definitely something I should be doing. So I bought this van knowing that this was going to be the case, by the way, unfortunately. So this van has like 160,000 miles, and if, like, technically I could build this van out, and you can't even stand up in it. It's standard height. It's just, unless you're like 5'4" or something, you won't be able to stand up fully in this, ever. Especially if it's built out, like if I put ceilings in and have insulation and lights and a fan and all this stuff that takes up a little more space. But technically I could put like 100,000 miles on this vehicle, more than or what on it. I could put 100K more miles on it right now. And if I built it out for like $1,000 or $2,000, outside of solar and the roof racks being more expensive on the batteries and stuff too. But I could sell it for like the same price I bought it for, even if I kept it for a few years and put like 100,000 miles on I have a leak in my German car, a BMW. When it rains, I get a puddle of water on the passenger side floor, nowhere else. Oh. There's a couple different places it could be coming from. It could be coming from the edge of your windshield. It could be coming from... Sometimes leaks on the outside will make its way into like panels that are attached to the doors, and it'll leak straight in because of like a seal on the outside. Sometimes people have that same issue when their window seals go bad. So like on the outside, or on the inside of the windows, there's this little piece of like felt that when your windows get old and you roll it down, it like sucks the felt in, and when you roll it up, it like pops the felt back up into place. And if you have your windows open while it's raining, it'll definitely leak into that. That's a pretty good example. But if for some reason the seal on the outside of a window is bad, that's not, no, nothing's too expensive to fix, in my opinion. Windshield, door jamb seal, leaking through the vent in the hood. Could be a bunch of reasons, 100%. With these vans, the most common one is it'll leak around the windshield, which is like, you don't want that. If you notice you have huge rust spots that go around where your windshield is framed, you might want to pay somebody to like professionally remove that rust and treat it and reinstall the windshield, because unfortunately my windshield is very unique, and the frame that you have to rip out and reinstall and then put the window into that, like that fitting, it's not the easiest one to find, because mine does have rust around it, but not as bad as some of the other ones I've seen. Just a little bit of rust on these really weak points where the water tends to waterfall. Oh, it is, and on the outside, man. I got really lucky, dude. Like, it looks so good on the outside that if like somebody was riding their bike past and they like rode their bike into it, like I would have a mini meltdown, because it looks that good still. Like somebody scratched it the other day with like a tiny little scratch, like the most little scratch ever, and I was like devastated. I was like, dude, it's original paint. No dents, no accidents. There's not a wetness around the windows or so. No, it's nice to talk about other people's stuff. I'm always repeating the same shit over and over about my own shit, so it's like, it's refreshing. Well, no, I have a Mercedes. I don't have a BMW, but they are both like Euro cars. Yeah, so it's definitely going, like, my guess is that it's leaking behind your like dash, and it's making its way to the floor in a unique way. Like, look inside your car right now and look at it, and then think about the most impossibly fucked up version. Like, how the fuck could this be coming here? And think like, there's no way it could be coming from there all the way through all this shit I can't see to here. Because that's the way, that's where it's coming from. It seems like yours is one of those ones where you're like, yeah, sorry, this is gonna be annoying to tell you, but it's coming through all this shit you can't see. But luckily the solution is that you're usually fixing it from the outside anyways. You just gotta hope that where it's been traveling hasn't created rust or damage. And usually you can tell if the water that's pooling up is like oxidized looking, if it's like brown or something. Cause like, for instance, if you get a leak in the antenna that's on the top of this car, they're really notorious for it, and then that leak causes major rust damage that you don't see unless you take off this top panel above the driving cabin. And the only way that sometimes people find out is because all of a sudden they'll get like a brown water stain. And recently, I got water stains that were sort of brown, but it wasn't from leaking, it was from condensation. But I'm wondering if it's really dirty underneath that, or if there is rust that the water dripped through. But either way, yeah, there's a lot of things that can be. Okay, I'm selling this car. Oh man, all I know is that like if I was like, oh, I gotta sell this, I can't handle it anymore, it would literally take me by the end of the night to shake somebody's hand on a deal. Like 100%. This van will sell faster than any other van model, make, year in this area in Southern California. It will sell so fucking fast. And honestly, I'd be a sucker. I'd be a sucker to not put myself through the stress it takes to maintain and manage having this vehicle. Because somebody else is gonna, like, with a little bit of knowledge and expertise, like, take it to the next level and be like, oh, thank God that kid didn't fucking want this thing anymore, type shit. It's very brown. Could just be dirty. If you look at your floor in your passenger side and you look at your car, do you park on the street or do you park in a driveway? Because streets have this tendency to curve towards the drains, right? So your car is always sort of on a right-leaning incline or decline. So like sometimes there could be a chance that water's been like traveling across a certain area and then making it in finally. But seriously, how free do you feel living like that? I do think, and what I was gonna say is that you should see an entry point. There should be some rusty corner of a window, and whether or not you fucking, you know, like, for some reason it could be coming from the opposite side if for some reason you're always on a slant or something. You know what people do? You know what people do? They do like these smoke bombs. They'll like literally put a smoke bomb inside their car. It's like certain kind that I don't know who makes them, but I've seen somebody look for leaks by doing that. It's too bad you couldn't dump water on your car and then pressure test the inside of your car somehow. It'd be virtually impossible. That's the thing that sucks about having cars, like little ass, normal ass cars. One of the things that sucks is that for some reason they don't build them like vans or trucks. Like they'll have like carpet lining on the floor, like commercial thin, really like thin, close cut carpet, and then you have like these mats that also have fabric. You don't do that shit in fucking vans. You have like this specialized, like stamped, rubberized flooring, and if for some reason you like the frog position, honestly, I'm 36. Let's see. Oh, did you hear that pop? Oh, did you hear that pop? So like, I might look like I'm just like flexible as fuck, but I'm also falling apart, low key. I used to build pools. No, looking for leaks. We used to compress air and listening devices. Yeah, maybe you can do that. Maybe you'll figure it out with your old school pool skills. Your knees ache just seeing it? Really? Harash, where are you from? If it's not the door seal or the windshield, then it's more likely the vent to your heat or defrost. Huh. Yeah, interesting. A doctor last century ran a 40-year experiment cracking knuckles in only one hand to see if it led to arthritis. It didn't. Wait, so you're telling me that one person cracked their knuckles for 40 years and that's gonna prove it? Or did they do like an experiment with like just one? I don't know if it's valid. I mean, I guess. It's definitely an example. It's a proof of concept, but one person. I get what you mean. So he cracked knuckles on one hand and not the other. I think just getting older and cold weather is what makes you realize that you probably have arthritis. Like if you live in a hot area and you're healthy and you're mobile a lot and you move around a lot, you won't feel it as much. But if you live in a cold area, that's when you're like, oh God, the fuck. Thanks, man, but I didn't run any defrost this weekend at all. I did ran like a ton. Oh, you're saying that it might be like excess condensation from the air system? Is that what you were suggesting, Secret City? That could be an one of the. That is an option for sure. Infrared hot sauna. Let's go. You know what? You know what's the crazy part about hot yoga? Let me criticize yoga for a second. Everybody should try yoga out. It's good for you. But Bikram yoga, can we talk about it? Can we talk about how Bikram is a person? Bikram is a man. And he decided, oh, we're going to do yoga, but we're going to do it my way. Okay? And basically he was like a womanizer and he was like a bad person. And he was just a piece of shit. Like he took advantage. He was like one of the first spiritual fucking bullshit gurus who said, let's do the same thing that everybody else has taught, but do it my way and in a hot room. And basically he just eventually got like canceled and people like forgive him. But I think it's funny that like somehow Bikram yoga has like been coined as this like super special yoga that does so much good for you. It's almost like if Hitler was an artist, you guys would buy his paintings. That's like how it feels, and I think that's how life works. You know? And I don't mean to offend anybody. I've definitely done hot yoga like more than a dozen times in my life. And I used to go to yoga classes like 5 days a week for years. Some of them were hot yoga. So I'm not trying to bash anybody out here who's trying to better themselves or anything, but when you think about it on a more deep level and not just the surface level, would you rather buy a Hitler painting or a Putin painting? I don't know. Isn't it like illegal to own anything that was owned by Hitler, or is that not illegal? I feel like if it was a collectible and I was only collecting it for monetary sake to sell at some point, I'd probably go for Hitler. That Austrian painter had a great eye for light and fairness. Wait, was Hitler an artist? Social Paul pass, but not sure if illegal. Yeah, I think that if you own something like that, you're supposed to like turn it into like a historical preservation center or something like that. I think so. I think you just can't sell it. I don't think you're allowed to sell it. But again, I don't know. I did see a clip the other day that was like Joe Rogan bought something from Hitler. I don't really watch Joe Rogan. I used to watch him when he would like talk about psychedelics and drugs all the time, which he knows a lot about, and it's fun to like hear his guests tell crazy stories to him on such a big platform. Like Mike Tyson on fucking Joe Rogan, him talking about just doing so much shit back in the day, that was interesting. But then when he started talking about other stuff, it just like nothing else he talks about, I feel like he has any place talking. Like he doesn't, it's like, I mean, I don't know. I guess he's just doing his thing, but he got kicked out of art school, so it had a tissy and invaded Czechoslovakia. Oh, was he actually an artist? But yeah, the Bikram guy, interesting. It's just like a reminder that the conscious community will always be one of the most vulnerable communities, and that like it's very everything that they practice is very self-serving and surface level. It's like one time I told somebody I found Hitler stamps at trading and I found outside it. Really? What the fuck? That's crazy. It's like yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say. Joe Rogan on Fear Factor and he still sucks. You were talking about your water pump. I know. Yeah, so when it comes to the water pump shit, I just gotta do as much testing. There'll be moments where I'm like doing things I'm gonna think about on the spot, but yeah, I gotta tackle it again. I told the dude that I wanted to work on my van in his driveway on Monday, and I'm next to his place right now, and it's definitely not happening today. I'm glad. I don't know, I feel like part of me wanted to do it again like right away, and it was stressful. I was like, fuck, I can't just do it again right away. I don't even know what's wrong. I need to ask people questions and all this shit. So now I'm back. Where's Scooby-Doo? You just missed him. He's just left. You'll see another dog at some point. These trees? Let's find out. What do birch leaves look like? How many points are on a birch leaf? Is it like 3 major points? Are these birch? We do need to start identifying all the trees. I can identify a lot of trees, but I don't know what these ones are. There's a live oak tree right, you can't see it. There's a lot of different oak in California. And you'll see a lot of random shit too, you know. You'll see like spruce and fir, and you'll see redwood here and there, and lots of mixes, especially throughout neighborhoods and stuff. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, I thought birch trees were the ones that you can like peel the bark off of too. You know what I mean? You like use it as paper. So I guess it's not that. The bark definitely doesn't look, you can even see it. Oh, you can't even see it. It does look like a giant broccoli. Whatever they are, they're so beautiful, and we need more of them. Fuck all these stupid ass houses. You could just demolish a few $4 million, $5 million houses in these neighborhoods and just put some trees back where they belong. That'd be sick. Yep. Do you know what bird this is? I love making little whistly sounds. There's these birds in Costa Rica that do that all the time. My favorite one is the Hawk. Okay, if you guys are new here, basically we're living and traveling out of a 2006 Sprinter. It is a van. It was made in Germany. It's a turbo diesel engine. It's not your average run-of-the-mill vehicle or run-of-the-mill van by any standard. So part of our streams is talking about the van, talking about how to fix it, talking about what needs to be fixed and shit like that. And a lot of our other content before, you know, when I'm not working on the van, we're just adventuring. We'll go road trips, sunrise, sunset streams, you know, walking 30,000 steps in a stream or 15K miles or whatever is feeling like that day, exploring, meeting strangers, like, you know, having encounters with people in the real world, running into friends, running into coincidental meetings with people that I've already met, etc., since I've traveled these areas a lot. So there's a lot of fun content that happens here that's not just me being a chatterbox sitting here in the van every day. And I very much look forward to getting back to that type of content, like stat, because in my like, if I wasn't streaming every day, I'd still walk 15 miles a day. It's just like a part of what I like to do. And lately I'm using all the energy to power my brain, and I would really love to get back on powering my feet and my body with that energy and going on streams and seeing new things and exploring. And oh, I just want to fucking go adventure, but I gotta fix the goddamn fucking stupid son of a bitch ass leaky water pump first. Fucking goddamn it. But yeah, all that being said, welcome. If you enjoy your time here, you're always welcome back. You might think you know what you're gonna expect, and it might not be that. Do this. I taught myself how to play this thing, actually. I can't say that I'm self-taught about very many things in my life, but all the instruments that I play, I am. Kind of bullshit. That guy needs to replace his entire exhaust. This guy's driving a little fucking hatchback like vehicle, and it just sounds like it's gonna explode. Do you know any other instruments or music? Yeah, I like to play piano. I grew up in a household with pianos and piano players, but I never took any lessons. I would really like to learn how to play piano and take some lessons, but I've written like elaborate songs on the piano, like with like really crazy fingering and like different patterns and repetitions and very like drone effect where I'm like, but I'm like, you know, utilizing left and right hand to like meticulously arrange things. And I have this weird like autistic understanding of piano, and I have definitely been considering, because I can like learn a song and then memorize it and play it. Like if I love a song, I'm like, ooh, I want to play this, and I do. And then I've never taken lessons, so I feel like if I actually take lessons, either it'll ruin it for me or make me better. So we'll see. But I also play guitar, and I've written for years on guitar, and I sing and I beatbox, and with the guitar I do these like intricate finger picking patterns that I'm gonna go get my guitar out of storage soon. But I do these finger picking patterns where you're probably watching ads right now. Fuck. Alright, I'll hold on then. Unless you guys have turbo or nitro or whatever. I can read tablature. So if there's piano tabs or guitar tabs, and I mean I know chords and stuff, but I don't know every chord. So if I looked at like a weird ass fucking song that was like capo on the fifth, and like all these chords are like weird progressive chords that I don't really know, I could play them and I could learn it. But usually all the stuff that, if you type !RAV in the chat, it will it'll tell you the company that makes them. And I got this as a gift. So before you leave and come back and say, holy shit, I can't afford that, it was a gift from the company to me, and it was a long time ago. It was back when I used to get I didn't pay for advertising or anything, but I have had a lot of large social media platforms, and back when people were like, oh, I wish I could hustle on Instagram, I was already hustling on Instagram. So I had like thousands of likes per post and like tens of thousands of views per story at this time. So if I took screenshots or video evidence of my analytics, I could send those measurements of my reach to different companies, and that kind of depicts your value as a potential partner or sponsor with other companies. It really ruins the internet. It really ruins the whole fun of sharing content, is when all of a sudden your metrics indicate your pay. It's like, okay, I guess that's what it means to be like an online social media person. But yeah, it's annoying because like when you're hot, and when you're not, you're not. And like when all the companies want anything to do with you, it's when you're getting so much activity that they're like, oh shit, yeah, we need to get a feature on this person's page. Look at their shit's popping off. Like, this is not bots, this is real engagement. This is a really influential person right now. And that's when the people want to partner with you. And sometimes companies will get desperate and just like, they'll just like work with anybody, you know? And they'll work with like quote unquote underdogs and stuff. But the real fucking sponsorships and money bags and paid partnerships and stuff like that come from you being able to prove that your metrics are just out of this world, and that there's no advertising needed. Like, you don't pay for any boosting or anything like that. And back when my account was doing really well, this company hit me up and they were like, we see that you have amazing power on the Instagram lately. Let's see if you can influence people into being interested in this drum. And they sent me the drum, and I made a bunch of posts about them, and sold a few drums really quick. And so I don't think they regretted giving it to me. Part of me wishes that I gave that much a shit about Instagram until today still, because I'd be banking off so many companies. I know that sounds a little bit capitalistic, but you know, you gotta make a living some fucking how, and I don't want to always work for other people all the fucking time. It's like annoying. You like this one? Yeah, this one always kind of relaxes me. But then it speeds up. Yeah, that's why, like, if you ever see somebody being like, oh, I hate when people do sponsored streams, or I hate ads, it's like, well, I guess that you just don't understand what it's like to be independent and utilize the resources that are on these platforms that can help you, your livelihood. It's not even really about profiting. It's about getting by. And, you know, I feel like if enough people realize that all these little things added up, every stream, every like stream of revenue that you can possibly come up with from Twitter, from Instagram, from Twitch, from YouTube, from TikTok, from anywhere, Snapchat, fucking Reddit, who knows? There's so many places where you can monetize yourself or sell yourself. And you know, people that use social media in these ways, it's I feel like it's a respectable job, in my opinion. And then I'm super turned off by people who are like grabby and beg their followers to do shit, or they con them into buying things that are too, like, it's just like, I don't know, you know, selling snake oil or taking any sponsorship they can because they're just trying to collect the money. That's different. That's dumb. But I do think that there are plenty of really good ways to increase your financial revenue on your own independently from social media, especially if you have content or you have talent or you have something special to offer the world. And the only really hard part is managing it, because what you're going to do is mismanage it. And nobody works for free, so you can't, you know, like maybe you can have an intern, but I'm also really biased, and I think that internship is literally just working somebody for nothing because you can't pay them. And if every business needs to have a point where you need to use somebody's energy without compensating them, then do you really deserve to start a business that good? Or does it just take that much of a capitalistic mind to actually succeed and become, you know, have a profitable business? You know what I mean? Like, volunteers are suckers. And I don't mean all of them, because I'm sure some are doing it to learn and it ends up being helpful for their future. But in a general scope of things, a majority of volunteers are suckers. Majority of interns are going to regret doing the internships. And the second an intern doesn't like it anymore, the person who's been taking advantage of their time and productivity is going to be upset. It's like this whole fucking whirlpool of like trying to figure out how to treat people good without actually compensating them enough, and then when the shit hits the fan, they're like, oh, well, then they find somebody new to do it. Because vulnerable people who are easily taken advantage of are dime a dozen. They're all over the place. There's always one there. But yeah, you know, that doesn't mean that I'm banking off social media right now. I have like about 250,000 followers if you add all my platforms together. But I got burnt out on this platform, which was a great revenue. Oh, I got burnt out on this platform. Okay, the ones that I wasn't burnt out on, I had a hard time managing them all at the same time. It's like, oh, should I stream here? Should I stream here? Oh no, I'm streaming too much. I haven't been posting. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what happens is you start mismanaging it. And yeah, I think like most people just start hiring people, and I didn't make that much money to like start hiring like on-call editors and like all the shit, like people that can help you publish content while you're doing other things that is also related to your content. Like, that's what it's like. Everybody wants to be a content creator, and then when they finally get some motion behind all their platforms, they're like, what do I do? They're all popping off. This is weird. How do I handle it? How do I manage all this? This is crazy. Do I pick one? And then everybody out there who tries to give you advice is like, just put, like, you know, leading you in circles, in my opinion. It's like, what you really need is more help. You need a business behind your influence, your social media. You need a team. And it's hard to have a team because you can't really pay them in the beginning, and nobody wants to not pay people. I know I don't want to not pay people. That's bullshit. Good night, Amiva, and thanks for the follow, Harosh. Well, I think one thing that we can do for free is just be a good person. You know, it's pretty simple. We all have our ups and downs. We all have our moments where we feel like a piece of shit. We all have our moments where we feel really good about ourselves. And yeah, I don't know. I think just people need to be better at taking care of themselves and being easier on themselves. Like when I fucked up this whole job in the van, I was like, oh, dang it. Sleep well, Miva, love you. It's always good to see you. But yeah, I was so hard on myself, and it wasn't even like you fucked up, like, oh, you failed. It was like, you have to do it again. I was just like, God damn it. Fuck. I wish I could have done it right the first time. Just kind of have to accept defeat and aim higher sometimes. But I was being hard on myself. I felt like shit. My body was reacting in crazy ways. My head hurt. Felt like I had an ear infection. Felt like I was dying. And it was all stress induced. Like, very much so. I had to take like 7 days off of streaming because I was just like absolutely dead. More off of disappointment that it wasn't fixed, natural feeling. Yeah. Yep. There was a part of myself that was like, how could I be so naive to believe that I would do it right the first time? There was that too. Like, nobody said that to me. I wish somebody would have said that to me, but you learn your own lessons, you know? I wish after everything I learned and everything I said, excuse me, people weren't like, oh, I wish you luck. I wish somebody who'd like done it before was like, you know that when you do it, it could just, worst case scenario, it could just be the same as the whole fucking thing, reason you changed it, and you could have to do it again and actually not even know why. I wish somebody would have said that in detail, because when I had to learn that on my own, oh man, that sucked. That realization was like, oh, this sucks balls. I wish after everything I learned I said, bruh. Cheers, guys. Drink some water. Look on the bright side, no bolt snapped in the block. I know, right? When I was putting it back together, I was being rushed by the person who owns the property that said I could do the work on his property. So I was at this moment where I'm like putting everything back together kind of fast. I think that has something to do with it. I also learned like a work ethic in that moment with my vehicle, with a rare engine. People don't know shit about German engines, let alone diesels. And that you shouldn't let people touch your vehicle unless you ask them for help. And it's not like, oh, don't touch my baby. It's like they're probably going to do something and you're going to have to think about how they tightened this one bolt for you. And you probably should have tightened it on your own, because now if that bolt gets fucked up, you're going to have to think back on how you let some other person fuck it up for you. I learned that like no matter how many mistakes that I make, I'd rather make them on my own, even if I need help to understand the mistake that I've made afterwards. Because if I make a mistake with someone else, then part of that mistake is the accountability is also on that other person. And I want to be fucking responsible for it, because I can only control how I troubleshoot it later. I'm the one living in it. I'm the only one who's pissed about how much money it's costing me. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these reasons why I'd rather be able to just put the blame on myself. That's actually why I have this tattoo, which I never talk about my tattoos. And that is actually true. This tattoo is a snake eating its own tail. And obviously it's kind of bold to get a tattoo on your hand, but it's a snake eating its own tail, which is a symbol called the Ouroboros. And the Ouroboros could represent a lot of things. People think it has a lot to do with Freemasonry and stuff, all this crazy stuff. I'm down with the lore. But basically it's a serpent with its tail shoved down its own throat. And it's been found. They've found these serpents before in this position where they're like eating their own tail. And when this happened, they take it as like a, what do they call that shit? An omen, you know, or something? Like a very, like some significance behind what they're seeing, you know? It's like a, so this is like just like a symbol from, it's been around forever. And for me, it represents like what I'm saying right now in a nutshell. I want to be responsible. I want to be accountable for anything that goes wrong in my life, especially when it comes to the engine in my van. So I don't want other people. I want to eat my own tail. I want to get mad at myself and say, fuck it, I'm going to eat myself alive, because it's what I, you know, I'm the one responsible for all this shit. So I'm the one that's going to stay accountable. If I need to bite my own ass just to remind myself that I need to be accountable and I need to be the best that I can be for myself, and that maybe that will help, and you know, people close to me at some point in my life too, but for me most importantly. And it's the same with the car. And I only ever learn in different scenarios the same lesson, you know? Like, don't depend on other people all the time. At least not physically. You can depend on their resources that they get their information from, and then dig through those resources for information. You can depend on their suggestions and advice as far as like depending on it benefiting what you're working on, but you can't depend on that person physically. Unless you need to take your whole engine out, you need to hire somebody. There is a limit. If I have to hire somebody to do it, I'm going to hire a guy who knows what he's doing, or a girl, or whatever, or non-binary, doesn't matter. But I'm going to, for all the other jobs, yeah, I don't know. I think after I fix it all up and I can just stop thinking about all this shit, go somewhere pretty, hang out with some cool friends, introduce you guys to some other streamers that I know that I want to go visit, do some collaborations with them, music, improv, camping. Always a better feeling knowing you did it yourself. Well, kind of. I usually fix and worry about it if I actually did it right for a few weeks. Yeah. See, that's what I was looking forward to, though. Secret. I was looking forward to it, like, not leaking anymore, and me being like, wonder how long it lasts, you know? Like, I wonder if everything I'm gonna be doing is gonna, like... I thought that I was gonna be worrying about it for weeks, but instead, the second I turned my car on, I ended up knowing that I didn't do it properly right away. I was like, God damn. It saved me some stress in case it was gonna burst later or some shit, I guess. Imagine if I drove and it didn't leak, and then like 2 weeks later I'm like in the middle of the desert and it just like bursts or something. It seems like it's rare for a leak from the water pump to turn into like a dump, like a waterfall. It seems like the most likelihood of that happening is if a huge line comes undone versus like the water pump. And that if the water pump goes bad, typically what happens is the bearing goes bad in it, so it starts spinning out of the weep hole, and then as the bearing isn't able to spin as fast, then it'll bog up the gear, meaning that the little post that's coming out that has the like that has the serpentine belt on it, that belt, it's okay, that belt will have a weird like aggressive pull on it from the gear on the water pump not turning, and it'll pop the fucking belt off. So my van didn't even get close to having anything like that happening to it. It was running fine, just a little drip from the water pump. I thought, fuck, it's the weep hole, I need to replace this thing, because I don't know, I don't have a record of the last time it was replaced. So I was like, okay, you know, even if it's not the weep hole, it's an old pump, let me replace it, and then when I'm done, there'll be no more drips, no more leaks. This is cool. And like, I'm planning places to go, like contacting people, like, yeah, I'm doing the work tomorrow, so I'll try to hit the road, and I'll tell everybody on stream we're going, you know, to San Diego tomorrow, and we'll meet up. And And then instead, I turn my car on and it starts leaking, and I was like, son of a motherfucking bitch. Like, I'm not going anywhere until I fix this. Dang it. There's also this one little like rubber grommet type thing. That's like a little bearing bushing thingy. Not a bearing bushing, but it's like this rubber grommet that goes underneath. If you pancake the intercooler and if you pancake the AC condenser, the intercooler and the radiator, that makes up that whole system in there, right? And when you mount that system, you just screw each one together. So like the AC condensers first, the middle is the intercooler, the back side is the radiator. So you literally bolt the intercooler to the radiator, and you get those first two pieces together, and then you have to mount the intercooler, which is in front of those two pieces. And then when you mount the intercooler, there's these two screws at the bottom. Or when you mount, oh my god, fuck me. I wish I could explain it and you just know exactly what I'm trying to say. So AC condenser in the front, intercooler in the middle, radiator in the back. The middle, which is the intercooler, and the back, which is the radiator, they mount together first. And then underneath those two things, there's this little rubber rectangle piece that goes into this slot, and then that whole section sits up because of that, okay? And then I put the radiator and the intercooler in, bolted them up, and then when I tried to put the intercooler in, because I didn't know the existence of this little rubber piece, it wasn't there, and the intercooler and the radiator like sit down a little more than they're supposed to. So I wasn't able to screw the two screws at the bottom of the AC condenser into the other two pieces. So I wasn't able to, because the radiator and the intercooler are sitting down lower than they're supposed to, and then the two little bottom holes that you're supposed to match up with those other two pieces from the front piece, the AC condenser, it doesn't line up. And if I pulled it up to meet it, it would just bear tension on that shit. So I was like, what the fuck? I took these screws out. How the fuck did I get this out? And like, why is now it not level? Like, what am I forgetting? What am I missing? I'm like looking everywhere for parts, and I'm just like, what the fuck? So I'm like, okay, I'll figure this out later. I'll go buy rubber. Like, I'll figure this shit out. I'll make it match the holes. Whatever. And whatever. I mean, I was like intimidated by the thought of being like, shit, I think I forgot to put a piece down there. Maybe it's missing, but I was like, whatever. So I put it all together really quick, because the guy's like, I need to get off the property. He's a nice guy, but it was starting to get dark out, and he's a retired old man, and he just was ready to park his vehicle there and then me take off the rest of the night kind of thing. So he was like, yeah, let's get you going. And I was like, fuck. So I noticed that wasn't matching up, and I still put everything back together. And so my first thought was, okay, I'm gonna have to take it apart and fix that. And then as I'm cleaning up, I find the little rectangle fucking piece of rubber on the ground. Like, I literally put my grill in, my lights in, everything's put back together. It's impossibly hard to work on anything when all of it is reassembled. There's so much shit just bolted in front of everything that you need to remove, and then I don't know. So yeah, I found the little fucking thing, and I was like, oh, this is why I think, shit. And then I turned the van on, and then I realized it's leaking. So I was like, okay, I wrote myself a note that was like, make sure you get the two screws into the intercooler with this weird rubber piece that hopefully when you open it up and look underneath that whole section, it makes sense and it works. So I wrote notes because I thought that was the only thing I was actually going to need to fix. Because when I put it all together, I was feeling pretty good about it. But then when I started it, I was like, oh shit, it's still leaking. Damn. The new pump is leaking just like the old one. So I have to fix the leak, and I have to fix that section of the cooling system so that I can get that little bit of difference in height, so I can match up the holes in that front part so that it all sits together perfectly. Because right now it's literally sitting on the bottom of like a bracket, you know, it's like sitting if I was to drive long distance and hit a bunch of big bumps, it would start like crunching the bottom end of all of those components, because that last piece on the front of the intercooler is what mounts it up on this little bracket that comes up that keeps it from sitting down on the ground. So if that makes sense, basically sometimes under your hood you have some parts that if you didn't have the right bushings and like rubber stoppers, that those parts will just like crash into other metal parts and destroy themselves. And that's what I did. I forgot to put in 2 screws. Well, I didn't forget. I couldn't put in 2 screws. So I had to leave that whole part of my system literally just sitting on metal instead of being like properly fastened above the metal. So I have only been driving a couple miles a day and doing research, studying, asking car experts and diesel engine mechanics questions, and reaching out to whole different circles of people that are car fanatics and giving the most in-depth explanation of what I'd done and what parts I used and what year and engine model and miles and you know, how much research I did. I even wrote out all of my directions, which is like a 5-page manual that I hand wrote and reiterated all on my own. And I like sent that to mechanics and was like, is this good? Does this look good? Like if I came into your workshop and just said, this is my notes, do you think I'd be fucking good? And everybody was like, Jesus Christ. Like, you're OCD. These notes are perfect. Like, you're gonna do fine. Stop tripping. And then I came back with the bad news. Like, okay, I did all the repairs, I did everything, and you're right, the notes were pretty much 100% right, except for the fact that it was gonna be a lot harder than I thought. And I said, this is what's happening now, it's leaking. I sent it to all these big forums that were already in cahoots with my project. So all these people, like hundreds of people that have interacted with my posts specifically about this, and text messages and private messages, DMs. And I re-updated everybody saying, okay, I did everything, and you know, I learned a lot, and I fucked my hands up pretty bad, but you know, I need help figuring something out, and it's still leaking. Like the old water pump was leaking, the new one is leaking just like that. And then I had to go down a new rabbit hole of all these people being like, oh, yup, I have the same problem, or somebody being like, you know, I have the same problem, but it still leaks a tiny bit. I just keep checking an eye on it and make sure it never gets low. It doesn't leak that bad, but mine does that too. If you figure it out, let me know. And then some people are like, man, I screwed that thing in by hand without a torque wrench. I never had one leak like that. It must be something worse, like your engine block or something. And has it overheated? And which it hasn't, not when I owned it. And then my other expert friends were like, okay, since they actually care about me and they're my friends, and I talked to them on the phone, they were like, okay, if I was you, I would partially disassemble it. I would buy a pressure tester. I would pressure test it every step of the way. If I was you, I would have pressure tested the broken water pump before even taking it off, so that you knew exactly where it was leaking from, because if you put the new one on and it's leaking from that exact same spot, you know, it might be something else. And then basically it's just guided me through what kind of pressure tests I should do, what kind of torquing I should do that was different than the way I torqued it. Just more meticulous, and yeah, just ensuring me that, you know, 90% of people who work on these fucking engines don't do it right the first time, no matter what they're working on. They usually have to put it off, shut the lights off for the night, contact a bunch of people, and hope to God they wake up to some kind of fucking solution. And I was just like, okay, you know, that makes me feel better about it. You know, I don't like to sugarcoat things. So I'm not like, oh, woe is me, I just want to live van life. It's not like that. It's like, I love a fucking challenge. And I love the fact that my challenge is 10 feet in front of me, and it happens to be under the hood of my mobile home on wheels. So it's like the nearest, most complicated, most seemingly rewarding in the end challenge. Like, fuck yeah, I'm down for that. But it's nice to hear from people with experience that are like, oh yeah, I've disassembled the whole engine, put it back together, and had to take it all apart again. Definitely something that happens often. I'm I'm just like, okay. Like softens the blow a little bit, you know, when you hear that from like a real friend. And you can hear it in their voice, like they've done it. We here in Europe know diesels and turbo diesels, but I get the impression are not so well known in the States. That impression is correct. So I could drive, we could even do I could make a YouTube video for it. We could stream it and then upload that to YouTube. Hey Redacted, how's it going? Welcome in. What's up, fam? Where I just go to a bunch of auto shops and I say, hey, will you guys, can you guys like, you know, pull my injectors, which is like one of the hardest things to do on these vehicles. Be like, can you pull out my injector? It's stuck. And you know how many fucking people would say no? I've had it happen so many times. I literally just walked into like 20 auto shops just to talk to them. Just to be like, hey, I own this unicorn of a fucking van. It's a German Mercedes turbo diesel engine on American roads. And every time they're just like, oh man, you know, if it's not like in inches and it's not in like, if you can't buy the parts from like the most generic parts store down the street, then we don't want to work on it. So they work on the cars that like people that are easy to work on. And then there's European auto shops, and they charge like, I don't know, anything from $1,000 to $10,000 to work on your engine and not even rebuild the whole engine or replace it. They charge you enough where if you had a brain and some knowledge in there and some good resources, that you would just go buy a new engine and have it put in. Like for the water pump, the idler pulleys, the tensioner, the serpentine belt, and the thermostat, that was gonna be like $4,000 from a Euro shop in LA. Excuse me. And all of the parts cost me $550 or something like that. I forget. Either way, all the parts and tools ended up being around $1,000, more or less. So, yeah, it's tough. And if you meet a really cool mechanic that's like, oh, I got you, bro. I'm a street mechanic, dog. I got you. Call me. I got you. Any day, I'll come help you as long as you got some money. The only bad thing about that is 99% of those dudes, they've only worked on gasoline engines, normal engines. They didn't work on diesel engines. And then the ones that say that they worked on diesel engines, when I open the hood of my Dodge Sprinter and it's a Mercedes engine in there, they look at me and they go, bro, you didn't tell me this was a German diesel engine. And I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, I don't work on these actually. And I'm like, I found a diesel mechanic. Now what? I need to find a specialized German diesel mechanic? And he was like, yeah. I was just like, fuck you. I'm gonna be my own fucking German diesel mechanic as much as I can then. It's crazy. I knew it was gonna be like this, but to experience it all firsthand, especially in 2024, where, you know, everything's hard to get these days. It's a little tougher. Yeah, so if you own a 2002 to 2006 Dodge Sprinter, they were made in Germany, and they're actually German automobiles, and they actually have a German turbo diesel. So it's not even just a German vehicle. It's not even just a diesel. It's a diesel with a stock turbo built in naturally. So it just makes people confused as shit. So they built them in Germany and then they shipped them to like South Carolina, is what I've heard. Is that what I read? Is that they shipped them to South Carolina, and then in South Carolina in the United States, they had a manufacturing plant where they would basically put one little Dodge emblem on the front of the hood, and they would put one little Dodge emblem in the empty seal in the middle of the airbag on the steering wheel, and then right Dodge on the back or whatever. So basically they made it and then shipped it to the United States and put a couple Dodge logos on it. And it confuses mechanics big time. You think mechanics would know more about this than I do. I don't do it for a living. I'm doing it out of necessity. How's it going today? Hi. Hey Tart. It's going. I'm feeling better every day. Thanks for asking. How you doing? Will you ever find me? Will you ever find me? You're all right? Hey, I'm glad to hear that too. You should go full autist and learn every single thing about Mercedes Turbo and then travel USA fixing other people's vans. I thought about it. I'd love to be like a knight in shining fucking Mercedes armor, but okay, if I would have fixed it and taken my time and not been rushed, and I did it somehow perfectly first time, maybe I'd actually think about it. But the fact that I fucked up the first time, which everybody probably does, it doesn't make me feel very good about helping anyone else. But as long as I can fix my own shit, and I think I'm already being like, so all the groups that I post in, they're always posting. Like literally, just when I snapped my finger, somebody posted about a unique situation with this rare model of car, because a lot of people still own them around the world, and it's a worldwide group. One of them has like 30,000 people, and every day someone's like, hey, how do I fix the ERG? Oh, I'm about to replace the turbo. Oh, I got these codes coming up on my scanner, but there's no lights on the dash. What is it? Oh my God, I took my whole front end apart and took my axles off, and I replaced it with this, and I realized it's the wrong size. And like, people who are living in them having issues and they're on the road, they're like, SOS, I'm in the fucking side of the highway in the desert, and my engine light's on and there's gas spewing out, and there'll be somebody who's like, oh, I'm at my workshop here in France, and my 2006 Sprinter, I'm modifying it and I'm taking off something, and like they're doing it in a workshop. Like there's all these varieties of people, like people living on the fringe, people traveling, adventurers, stay-at-home obsessive people who just literally have them, people who have fleets of them still for their jobs. Only in Europe do people have like a shit ton of Sprinters for their work fleet vehicles. It's really rare in the United States. You'll see these once in a while used as like a work commercial vehicle, but it's rare. Most people buy these and they're kind of like a cult following vehicle, so they'll just try to make it into like a travel vehicle. Yeah, so every time I check, I'm seeing all these other things and I'm like, oh God. No, I don't see them on my end. What words? Or who? Maybe it's because they're new, or their account is new. Sometimes Twitch gets all sussy when like people with new accounts show up. Most of everything in the last 20 minutes? From everybody? Wait. I'm gonna look at the dashboard real quick. Why is it so
One
hard?
here.
Why is it so hard for me to find the mod view on the phone?
Turn your phone sideways.
Why? I think I just need to add chat to this layout. Oh, okay. No, I see all of them. Well, like yesterday it was like foreplay, shag. Today was hog cum, autist. So what it probably does is when somebody says something and then it doesn't get approved or disapproved, that it probably like makes all their messages a certain color until you approve that one from before. I don't know. It's approved now. I wish it wasn't such a pain in the ass to work on the van though, because I have so much more fun just being myself and like adventuring around and playing instruments and being creative and stuff. And I don't know, it's just the engine is just a little bit more like bare knuckle boxing. Apparently I need that in my life, and I need the lesson learned that, you know, you need to be self-reliant to as much as you can. Well, the white horse from Lord of the Rings was called Shadowfax. It's a pretty sick name. This is a white van. I've thought about Shadowfax. to be meaningful. Nightbot, you spamming motherfucking bot. I try my best to like separate the increments of time. Like one could. The Nightbot incremental timing thing is like between 0 and 60 minutes and per line every 5 minutes. And it's kind of confusing when you set it up. Like I try my best to make sure that all of those things are like separate and that they don't pop up all at the same time. And somehow they'll manage to all pop up at the same fucking time. Saw you playing the flying saucer on Twitch thumbnail, so I had to come in. Let's go. How you doing, Tank? It's good to see you. You have a decent Monday? Sometimes I just want to like play it really, really, really fast, spontaneously, and see what happens. Some of the coolest things I've made started like that, but I really want to get a thin steel drum. Ugh, so badly. To have more percussion mixed with these sounds would be epic. And that's probably why I beatbox so much with it too. Oh wait. you up to, Tank? You're up to nothing? Alright, alright. That's usually what I'm up to when I'm on Twitch too. Like watching. I need my guitar. I need that balance of like having another instrument to bounce off of, you know? What's up, Stoner Scribe? How you doing? Good to see you. And hello, everybody. My name is Danny. If you're new here, welcome in. Make yourself comfortable. It's pretty chill here. There's a lot of good people in chat. If you're a first-time chatter, if you want to be properly greeted, now's the perfect time to just say hi. If you want to just lurk, it's all good too. Do your lurky lurk. Tank said the same thing. That's funny. Well, he saw that on the thumbnail I was playing it. I like the beginning. That whistle works in the beginning. I used to lurk, but first time chatted today, and everyone's been so welcoming. That's what's up. I appreciate that. I'm glad that we have a good group here. Okay. Huh. Yeah, if anybody's ever in lurk mode, you can just know. You can stay lurk mode forever. I even say you can just type in the username. You want to save my username in your brain, Potential Bliss. Go to the search bar, look me up. You don't even have to follow. You can just be a master lurker, as I call them. But if you want to follow, it's all good. We won't pressure you into saying anything or chatting or anything. You know, I used to do a lot of sound baths, and I would stream on like the ASMR category. And a lot of the people are like anxious and like looking for a relief and looking for a relaxing stream. And what happens is the people will follow you and not say anything. And then like 4 weeks later, they'll say something. So I'm used to it. You guys can follow, and I'm not going to be like, why did they just follow and not talk? You know, I'm not going to pull that fucking card on anybody. But yeah, if you guys feel like following and you want to lurk and keep in touch, you don't have to type my username in every time. You can just follow if you want. And I'm not going to pressure you into talking. Tank. Cause baby, you're all that I want when you're lying here in my arms, right? I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. That's right, DJ Sammy.
Lol, maybe he should name it something.
Something potato. My van? No. I bought this van a few days after my brother passed away, and this whole van is like a representation of my like unstoppable grievance that I'm gonna feel for the rest of my life. It's like it's very attached to that, and I think that I should probably give it like a really good name. And my brother really loved horses, and he would go to farms and take care of people's horses, and he always wanted his own horses but never could afford it. And so I thought, since it's a white van and since he loved horses and I like Lord of the Rings, that Shadowfax, the white horse from Lord of the Rings, would be a good choice. That's pretty much the best option that I've come up with yet. I do like silly ideas, but realistically, I'm not going to name it anything silly, unfortunately. Welcome in, everybody. I think Twitch algorithm is throwing us a bone. I think we're being recommended at a good rate, which is awesome. Like, if you're a first-time chatter, if you say hi in the chat, tell me where you found the stream. Like, was it a recommended section? Was it small community highlight? Or was it like on someone else's page or something like that? Either way, it's nice. It's good. Because I noticed that I was getting a lot of recommendations, more so than ever. And I've already said thank you so much to anybody who's rated me. I know that it takes a village to build another village, basically. And communities merge and find cool new friends, and the whole platform, the ecosystem grows. And I really appreciate anybody who's rated me and supported me, and crossover of cool people and meeting people and streamers and community members and stuff is epic. Stoked. Afraid from wait. Hi Cherry live stream's been afraid people from the dumpster will raid this lovely place. What dumpster? Is that where you hang out, in a dumpster with people that will raid us with dumpster vibes? Oh, fuck. 3 minutes of ads right now. It's making me watch them. I'm gonna say this and you guys are gonna be like, bro, he fucking says this every time. But there's new people here every time. But I guess the people who are here probably are watching ads and they can't see me proving this, but the internet dumpster, well, I mean, yeah, if you don't think that they're good people, then don't invite them here, I guess. There's got to be like one friend that you can think of where you're like, oh, you know what? They would actually probably fuck with this community. And all the other ones, just don't even bother trying to explain to them that the site even exists. One of my favorite things is, oh yeah, you guys, I am simulcasting on YouTube right now. If for some reason you want to go to my YouTube channel and drop a subscription, please feel free. No pressure. I am running a live stream there. I'm simulcasting. So anybody who hasn't subscribed to my YouTube channel, I have a ton of content over there. Non-Twitch related, but I also have Twitch related content. But my whole YouTube channel started off me creating my own original content that wasn't related to Twitch, and that's how all my growth came. And the second I started posting about Twitch, I started losing subscribers. And so let's combat the loss. Let's replace the people who left because I started promoting Twitch, and let's replace them with people who like Twitch and are not biased against YouTube. I also have a playlist with over 100 hours of live streams. If for some reason you want to watch those live streams, if you guys want to help me get to partnership on YouTube, it'll help a lot. If you guys open up a playlist and play it, call it Tab Gang. I should just use the ad breaks to do all my social media promo. So like 3 minutes every hour is when I promote YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all that shit, TikTok. Almost done with the ad. Oh shit, YouTube's chatting. I see you guys. Never know for sure whether YouTube is just being self-serving and weird or if they're being nice. I feel like somebody who's been bullied their whole life when I read YouTube chat, but anytime I see anything in Twitch chat, I'm just like, I can handle this shit no matter fucking what anybody says. But on YouTube, I'm like, huh? Ads work for me. I nearly out of Kleenex bought someone on shopping list. Nice. Yeah, so the ads, you guys, just take a break. If you just show up and the 3-minute ad comes, then rip, right? That does kind of suck. But if you're here for an hour and you get a 3-minute ad break, go pick your nose, go wipe your boogers and fucking get some water, go breathe some fresh air, stretch, put your phone down for a second, close your eyes, realize that, you know, we all need a break. You can take that break while the ads run. I'll use that time to promote all my social media. So the only thing you would be missing is me being like, follow me on YouTube, blah, blah, blah. So don't even worry about it. That's my new routine now. Anytime ads come up, I'm just gonna promote to the subscribers who don't see ads. Or something. You'll never know unless you're subscribed what I'm really talking about when you're gone. That's actually what I do. I wait for the 3 minutes that the ads happen, and then I say all the most important stuff during the ads. All right, life update, guys. This is really, really, really big life update. That's what I'm gonna do. Right before ads come, I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, this is major. This is big. This is like as big news as I've ever announced, ever. I haven't even told my family yet. Okay, so and then it's like boom, ads, and they're like, no, fuck me, subscribe. Some streamers do that. Like some people will take their title, and then the title is, oh, there's Luis. Wait, let me go talk to him. What?
Hey, dude.
You too. Alright, so you guys just heard, right? Did you hear it? Or did you not hear it? So that's the man who owns the property on the corner. And he is the man who gave me permission to work on my vehicle in his driveway. And he's the man that I needed to talk to so I could figure out when I'm going to try it again. And we just decided that 8 a.m. tomorrow morning is going to be it. So it's a good thing I went to the store and bought another container of coolant today to prepare for the job, because I figured I'd run into him and he would be like, yep, let's do it tomorrow. Like, and that's what he said. So my heart is like pounding now, because now I know that I have to fucking do it again tomorrow. Fuck. Alright guys, we can do this. I can do this. Bro, how do you pay for gas? YouTuber, how do I pay for gas? How does anybody pay for gas? You go, you fill up your gas, you drive off without paying. That's what you do, right? Just kidding. I pay for my gas. I don't know. Do you mean like, do you think that I mean, I worked my ass off for so many years, and I did so many different jobs, and I worked in the entertainment industry, and I worked online as you know, as I've mentioned before, I have a lot of different platforms, and I saved up and meticulously decided when I was gonna do this whole van life thing. It wasn't like a necessity thing. I wasn't like, oh fuck, I need somewhere to live and this is my only option. It was like a very meticulously planned out kind of journey. And I saved enough knowing that I could buy myself a vehicle. I saved enough knowing that I could work on the vehicle. I saved enough knowing that I could modify the vehicle to my needs, which are minimal. And I saved enough to feel like I wouldn't have to ask anybody for help, or, you know, and I have enough expertise in different job fields and a bunch of different people that would love for me to work for them, that I know that if it came down to, you know, bare bones, that I could just settle, work my ass off some more. But I didn't put myself in a position where I feel like I'm gonna hit a wall. Technically just earning social media money on social media from like all my platforms combined with Twitch, and when YouTube is remonetized because I'm not monetized, it adds up to definitely enough to survive, especially van life, and have fun adventures and pay for gas. Like if I wasn't working on my vehicle and spending like over $1,000 on some random shit, just forget that ever happened. All of my Twitch earnings alone would be enough for me to pay for my service for the streams, and enough for me to put gas in my tank and go cool places and get out and walk miles and miles. It won't cover all of my livelihood, but I don't feel as though they should bear that kind of burden. You know, if somebody wants to donate, they do it because they can, when they can. And I feel like the more honest approach is the best approach. Like if you ever start complaining about not making enough money, it makes everybody feel bad, you know, yourself and everybody else included. And I think there is this picture of trying to be a full-time influencer or streamer and make enough to make a living type thing, and like there's a lot of realizations that happen along the way with most streamers and people like that. But all in all, once you realize, you know, it's not the bread and butter, and that more money is made on different platforms, not the streaming platforms so much, unless you're a large streamer here. But yeah, that's how I put gas in my car, with money. Most lately, money that I earn from streaming and stuff. I figured if the stream could self-perpetuate the adventure that I'm trying to make as content, then that's pretty much sustainable enough for me. Because I love what I'm doing, so I'll invest my own money into it. I do have assets and things too that I want to turn into money, that I definitely am relying on as source of like cushion. And some of them are like rare assets, so that's going to be like a whole weird thing. And but yeah, once I figure out that stuff too, I'll probably pull the trigger on some more tools and some other things, because I really don't want to invest too much into that until I really fix the car up good. Therion, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I guess I should write out a plan of attack. All of a sudden, I feel like my brains just got put in a blender. I just talked to Luis. He just rode by, and I caught up with him, and he said that tomorrow sounds good. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. He'll move his van. I park there. I get to work right away, bright and early. Give myself a lot of time to really suss everything out. Surf Shores and YouTube chat. How'd you find my stream there, buddy? Why do you come in the stream and just talk to the mod who you've never met, whom you are just trying to make advances at and find out more about? I'm so curious as to why people on YouTube think that this is how chat works. It's really confusing. Like, these people who I don't fucking know, they just come in and they say such weird shit. It's very insinuating and weird, and y'all need to take your dick out of your hands for 5 fucking seconds and think straight. Hopefully you won't be rushed later. Don't make me think about that. I've done everything before, so technically I should be able to do it way faster. Write a note mid-May to... Oh, yeah, Krissa. Fuck. Damn. Good call. I'll go to the store tonight, pick up another thing of arugula, and I can just open this thing up and just dump dressing on it and eat it. Good call though, yeah. I had like a big smoothie before I worked on it last time, and I basically didn't eat anything else that day. Computing an answer? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? It's obviously somebody from Twitch. Oh, it's you? Nice. Nice. I appreciate you bringing some good vibes to the chat there. Yeah, if you go ahead and scroll up on the chat and check out the comments. It's not as bad today. Usually everybody comes to my YouTube chat and like harasses Cassie, our bestie slash mod, who's one of the most sweet, innocent people on planet Earth. And they come into the chat and they'll be like, "What's up, girl? You beautiful. You should fucking tell this guy to fuck off and come be with me." And it's like, bro, we're friends. It's a mod. We've never met. Like, it's funny at first. Like, when it happens once, it's like, what? That's funny. And then when like a billion different people keep showing up every single stream and they say stuff like that, it confuses the fuck out of me. Jeez, man, you're a dick. Found you on YouTube from YouTube streets on the side for van and cooking. Okay, well, Surf Shores, if you think I'm a dick and you just heard me explain what I explained, then why would you still think I'm a dick when I just fully fucking rationalized what I was fucking expressing? So people have been coming in and not even saying hello to me. It's like some weird algorithm of just people that are like more interested in pussy than they are actually live streamers. They just go around to live streams looking for a girl to talk to. It's the weirdest phenomenon I've ever experienced. I've been on YouTube for like 15, 16, 17 years. I have never seen such weirdness in the algorithm. So that's why I'm saying this. So if you still think I'm a dick, feel free to think I'm a dick. I don't care. Fuck it. I'm a dick then. If that's being a dick, then I'm a big old dick. I don't want people harassing somebody that I think is really dope and has been a special part of our community that everybody admires and treats really respectfully. So of course I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, when somebody treats them disrespectfully, and you just kind of like meshed in with the people that do that. You didn't say anything crazy, but you didn't say anything to me. All you said was, the first thing you said was, "Cassie, are you moving to California or where do you live?" You didn't say anything else. You came in and talked straight to my mod. I don't even understand how you can see who my mod is on the YouTube chat. I haven't even looked into it that far. I was just playing. She's gorgeous. I'm sorry. But respectfully, like if Cassie was my sister, even if you said, "I'm sorry, she's gorgeous," I'd say you have some things to work on, you know? You gotta, come on. Like if you for some reason feel like you want somebody that looks like that in your life, you gotta approach it differently. And first impressions are huge for beautiful, confident, hardworking women who don't need a man, especially a guy who's not gonna like treat them with respect. So I'd say just fix the approach, you know. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. Like, you could tell me to fuck off and I'll probably still be your friend 10 minutes later. Like, it's all good. I'm more of the type of person who doesn't think it's healthy to hold grudges and stuff. Once in a blue moon does somebody really cross some line and just be like really horrible. But you know, I have family. All my family are like women, you know, so I grew up with people over sexualizing my mom because she was like a beautiful blonde girl, and I dealt with people just, you know, I just noticed the difference between somebody who approaches a beautiful person with respect and a person who just kind of like sees the surface level of it all. But with all due respect, my bad, you know, and with all due respect, you're bad. Not to just throw you under the bus, but it's unfortunate that you sort of meshed in with those other people who were very much over exaggerating their lust in very uncomfortable ways. And I don't want somebody that's so special to me and to our community to ever feel like they don't want to be here or don't want to be a mod, because they enjoy it. And they've been as much a part of this community as I am. They're here all the fucking time. Everybody knows them in our community. They're in the Discord. You know, they're a good friend. And I just don't. It would be the worst thing ever to have them reach out to me and be like, you know, I'm really tired of this because as a woman who respects themselves, I don't feel like dealing with this just to be a mod or something, you know, which would never happen on Twitch, but it happens on YouTube a lot lately, and I don't ever want them to feel uncomfortable. And I've already mentioned we need more mods on YouTube. So if you're a guy and you're a mod, I mean, if you want to be a mod on YouTube, if I've known you long enough, go to YouTube right now and say hi in the chat, and if I recognize your name and you've been a long enough member of the community, I'll make you a mod on YouTube right now. I just don't want one girl to be alone in a stream with a bunch of people who are looking to bust a nut. It'd be nicer if there were some dudes who also wanted to hang out in the streams, or at least keep a tab open, so that, you know, it just doesn't feel like unfair for her. The person said, I apologize. I'm sorry, Cassie. Just so you guys on Twitch know, they apologized. Get some music going. I think I scared everybody off. Yeah, you just, you know, obviously don't try to like be overbearingly like protective of people, but if you see somebody clearly disrespecting somebody and then you see a pattern of it, you better say something, you know. It's nice to be validated or acknowledged and know that like you're not the only one thinking this, you know. So I know, Cassie, it's annoying as fuck to have random dudes keep saying stupid shit in that chat, but they're all just a bunch of people learning how to communicate better by failure. It's not like the 2000s where you had to like have the guts to walk up to somebody like Cassie and try to talk to them, you know? So like instead of like saying something horribly wrong and then them being like, what did you just say? I don't even know you, go away. And then they would be like, oh shit, I'm not gonna say that ever again, I gotta try something different. But on the internet, it's like, hey girl, you got an OnlyFans? Like, you're cute. It's like, and it's just like a copy paste. Danny Mott's chat, I go to bed. Good night, sleep well. I hope you have a good sleep. Shit, I gotta like overstimulate myself today to where I crash out at the end of the night. You can have an OnlyFans? I know. When OnlyFans first became, excuse me, when OnlyFans first became popular, I wanted to make an account. It's funny because it actually ended up being like a meme eventually. I wanted to make an account that was just fans. Just fans. And then I realized I'm not the only person that's clever. There was actually an OnlyFans account of a guy who collects rare and hard to find fans. Like antique fans. And he made a lot of money making an OnlyFans with only pictures of fans and videos of the fans running. So you'd pay him like, you'd be like, please send me a video of that thing running. It just gets me going. And he's like, $5. $5, I'll turn this fan on for you. And they're just like, here's 20. And like, he actually succeeded in it. Like he actually made it like, he somehow like worked that shit. He took the like joke idea that I thought would be funny to do and turned it into like a viable resource for income. Like he must have just had like a museum of fans throughout his family, or he's like a guy who worked on fans his whole life for Sears or something, you know? Some hardware guy. Oh yeah, but he was working on it. Luis was working on his van. He said he has like this fan on the ceiling, and it has like this what the fuck you call it? It has like this little spinny mechanism. What the fuck would you call that? What do you call that? Imagine if this was going into your roof. Whoop, and it has a little handle on it, and you spin it, and it makes it go up, and you spin it back, and it closes it. What the fuck you call this little lever that you spin? What is it? Holy shit, you got a 1943 DC fan with frayed wires. Here's 20. Turn it on and I can watch. Exactly. They're like, I'll pay you 50 if you do it live. Like if it's not a pre-recorded video. I gotta know it's real. I want to tell you when to flip the switch. It really gets me going. Yeah, a handle. But what is the mechanism called? It's like a crank. Yeah, I don't know. It's a handle on a thing. I think we're never supposed to have a name for it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. It's like you could probably meet a guy who could take a whole engine out with one set of tools on his own in one day, and you'll ask him what the fuck that thing is, and he's like, I don't know, the fucking little handle thingy, spinny thing, whatever thing that pops the thing up or whatever. No one knows. It's the part that goes, the part which has no name. It remains nameless. One time when I was traveling, ADHD moment. One time when I was traveling, I met this guy, and his name was No Name. And I don't know if his name was No Name. I think that when people just asked his name, he would just like shake his head and never tell them anything. Oh, he was also mute. Yeah, he didn't talk. So his name was No Name, and he was like on a spiritual devotee thing. Like he was talking because he didn't want to talk. And he had no name. He wanted no identity and not to use words, but he still wanted to function in society, right? So he his name was No Name, and people would be like, "Oh, what's his name?" And they're like, "No Name." And I think it's a nickname he got from saying nothing and never telling people his name. So even though he wanted to have no identity and strip himself of being identified as this and that, because he said he had no name, they identified him as No Name. It's kind of funny when you think about it. He also had this crazy hair that was like almost dreaded but not, and it was like in a cone that went up on his head, and he had like copper wire threaded in a spiral going through his entire giant dread bee's nest of a dread thing, and he had like this copper wire spiraled all the way to the tip of his big clump of hair. I was wondering, how did he make the decision to do half the shit that he does now? Like, does he just nod his head? Or shake it? No. Don't want to do that. It's something used in the boating world called a crank. That makes sense. But it's like a miniature crank. Like, not really. Like a dollar store crank. Compared to, like, the ones you see on boats. It's a wish crank. I'm finding it hard to believe. Oh, dude. You guys, I gotta get this gasket. This is the gasket I need to get. Just kidding, but now that I'm thinking about it, it is really interesting that, like, I'm gonna be reusing the that was a gasket. I'm gonna be reusing the gasket that I just already put on. So wish me luck with that. I'm gonna reuse the used gasket which is leaking. So that's another thing that there's definitely some things along the way that I'm gonna be like, fuck, maybe I should have got a new gasket for this. But we're just gonna go with it. I'm sick of fucking wondering. Tomorrow we'll know. Okay, enjoy the food, Cassie. Take care. It's a thingamajig, 100%. Get a new gasket? I literally would have to go to San Diego just to get it. And it already is a new gasket. It's just been used to try to put this new one on. And it looks exactly like the old one. Exactly. The old one has no imperfections. So I'm thinking it's gonna be fine. As long as it's thoroughly cleaned. Yeah, I have a new gasket that I already put on there. And I was worried a little bit about you reusing it, even though I just fucking put it on there. Because, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, a used new gasket. Pencil sharpeners in school, those were a crank system. Yeah. It's a thingamajig mechanism that cranks. It cranks, but it's not quite a real crank. It's almost a crank. Okay, give me 1 second here. I feel like we've been on for a long time. Yeah, we have. Okay, 1 sec. Aha. Dude, I heard this song yesterday, and I was like, hell yeah. I heard this song and I was like, excuse me, who is this band? In someone's stream yesterday. Actually in Crystal's stream who we rated. The mix is weird. The vocals are kind of muffled out, but that's okay. Still a jam. Let's see if we can get these tortillas. You like this method? Yeah, good idea. Sorry, I got distracted by the comment on YouTube that said, "She make bank, baby, LOL, you be rich, Cassie, OF, take it all off." Interesting that, like, these, like, piece of shit fucking human beings that think recommending a girl to OnlyFans is, like, doing them a favor or it's a compliment. I think that 2020 was, like, when you could get away with saying that shit. And they'd be like, really? And you're like, yeah, look at people are making bank. Now it's just like, bruh. It's crazy. What did I do in my life to attract these fucking dumb ass motherfuckers. I've never seen somebody stream and everybody that shows up to their stream is a piece of shit and the streamer just talks shit about them and then they keep streaming. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube is a cesspool of asshole fucking dummy idiot fucking shit for brains human beings. Therion was like watching the tortilla just like start to catch on fire. He's like, Yeah, I actually heard the same thing about other people's streams, but I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like the same, you know. Oh wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. It's a good one. It's gonna work. Watch. Okay, now I'm just wasting gas. Oh my god, my idea was so good, but the cheese doesn't want to come apart. Okay. Oh, it's gonna collapse because of the weight of the cheese. Yeah, I don't want to use the pan for this because it's gonna take like 100 times longer. It's gonna work. You ever seen Mexicans on break at work? They just use open flame and tortilla straight on the flame. There we go. This one's a little crispier. It's working. Look, this melted to it. See, this is why I love cheese again. Like, cheese, bro. Vegan cheese is so expensive too, so it's like, fuck that. Okay, it's on fire. Okay, that's a little too crispy for my taste. Let's take off some of that pure cancer. Throw it away. That's good. Oh yeah, so here you go. Look, everybody, if you're lurking, look up for a second. Oh, it's so hot. Holy fuck. Look at, watch the cheese. Cheese pull is everything. Look at that. Look at it. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Let's go. It's very basic. Pepper jack. I was gonna put jalapenos in here. And oh yeah, I forgot about this. I bought some vegetarian refried beans. From Munda? Nah. That shit's hardcore. What is all this stuff? Was all this shit on my shirt all stream? Did I just do that? I'm so confused.
Did I tempt you early?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just without lard. That's the only difference. So they just use canola oil instead. Oh, the only recipe on the side of this container, on this can, is to make a quesadilla with cheese and this stuff. Are quesadillas historically pressed? Like a sandwich press, like a panini press? Oh, nice. A little tiny ass, little itty bitty hair. I wonder if that's from the cow that the cheese came. The cheese. A little hanky panky in the van yet with yourself doesn't count. No, unfortunately not. I don't think about it though, so. And I don't trust too many people. And I talked about this the other day, like it's such a big, like, thing. Did you come from YouTube? No, he's like the normal person who sometimes asks random edgy shit, but isn't like crossing the line too hard. That's like the normal version of things to like. Don't get crabs. My friend had a hard time with that. Oh, God, I couldn't even imagine what it's like to have pubic lice, because that's what crabs is. You ever had lice when you were a kid? Imagine that, but in your pants. But I mentioned this the other day, I'm not like really interested in having like hookups or like one night stands and stuff. So if I hook up with somebody, I don't know, it will be somebody that I trust and that I've have somewhat of a relationship or friendship with already, stuff like that. We do have I do have this metaphor called being juiced. And it's like, okay, say you visit your friend and he's like, yeah, man, you know, life's good, but it sucks I can't find a partner, you know, I'm a good dude. And then you're like, yeah, you are, dude, like, come on, man, I believe in you, just be a good person and don't worry about that shit, because you're cool already, like, you're great. You're a great person, don't think about that. You don't need another person around. I know it's lonely, but like, you're already enough, bro. I'll be your friend. And then I visit the same person again like a year later, and they're still single, but they're like way happier and more optimistic and more independent. And you're like, what's the deal? You seem like you got laid. And I call it being rejuiced. When you go a really long time without having an intimate interaction with somebody, and then you finally have an intimate interaction with somebody who you trust and respect, and it's not weird, that's what I call being rejuiced. If you're single for a long time, it's when you have a positive experience, some type of intimacy, whether it's even like kissing or something, and that it like re-livens your spirit somehow. And it's not even necessarily lust-based. It's not like a lust-based satisfaction type thing. It's like, sometimes I feel like humans don't even get enough human touch. And then I also feel like, don't fucking touch me. You know what I mean? So it's so it's real hard for me to really find like a way to make that make sense. But are you saying rejuiced doesn't come from Tinder? I'm trying to get rejuiced. Nah, I don't think that's the same. I think that's a little different. I think there is some fraction of a chance that you might have a really positive experience from like a one night stand from somebody on Tinder. It's possible, but the odds that you're making a bunch of compromise and that you're really just thinking with your dick and not your heart is way higher. But when you have like a like an intimate moment with somebody and then you're not like broken afterwards and neither of you are hurt or feel insecure or any of that kind of stuff, but you're still single, I just think it's rare that like people have like authentic encounters that make them feel like they've learned and grown and experienced something that's like safe and friendly and familiar and all that kind of shit. You met your wife on Tinder when it first came out? Holy shit. Some of the most rejuvenation comes from being able to trust who you are with, being able to drop all shields and trust the person you are having a moment with is different than one night stand. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe I don't worry and think about relationships that often for myself, even though I do sometimes wish that I had like a partner in crime. But maybe it's because I get so much validation and you guys juice me by just being like my confidants, you know, my community and my people that understand me. And but I've been in a relationship and also streamed, and excuse me, I still feel the same. I've only ever had one night stand with absolute whales because I'm usually blacked out. Jesus. Well, don't worry about it. Doesn't matter what someone's size is, you know. If anything, somebody who's over average weight and seems to have a harder time finding love, that person will probably treat you better than any what the fuck am I trying to say? Any person that fits the stereotypical standard of what beauty is in the world, you know. I think that odds are that that person that you don't prefer being with is probably more emotionally stable than any of the people that you think are more attractive. Which is kind of the irony behind that whole thing. I have to go from a good mosh pit. Alright, white creamy hog juice. We're gonna give you a little timeout there. Can somebody time out white creamy hog juice for like 600 seconds, which is like 10 minutes? Wait, let's see what happens. Oh shit, I think it's just me. I think Pepe's here is working though. Oh, nice. Now you have to watch 3 minutes of ads. That's kind of perfect. Okay, you've been timed out for 10 minutes. I gave you too much of a benefit of a doubt, I think, at the beginning. Like when somebody asked if you came from YouTube, I probably should have just immediately jumped on that ship. You know what I mean? I honestly feel pretty aromatic. Is that part of rejuicing stage? Wait, what do you mean? You feel like your pheromones are starting to change a little bit? Like you're noticing a different scent off your body? Is that what you're saying? If humans realistically had a mating season, when do you think that would be? You think it would be like in the winter when people are all like pent up? Like when are the most babies conceived? Is there like an average estimate somewhere out there? No, I'm just not into the idea of a romantic relationship. So are you like asexual? Fall, winterish? That would be my guess. Around New Year's Eve. No, I'm intersex. That's why I said aromatic, just because it's different. Sometimes I can get out of hand. Just watch 9 ads to make up for it for you. Well, that's interesting because I'm still watching the ads. How are you not watching them anymore? I'm watching them. I have to watch ads on my own stream. How did you get out of them? How did you avoid the rest of them? Even I have to watch them. I thought I timed you out. I guess I didn't do it properly. Do ads even work for companies? Does anyone actually watch ads? Yeah. I do. Not that I buy stuff from them, but I see them. They're definitely effective. I could tell you every single ad I've saw for the last 30 days. I think that it times it out, but like people who are mods can still see it. Yeah, now my ads are over. Will somebody click their username and tell me when their account was made? Cheers, guys. Oh yeah, let's make some shells. March 17th. Oh, okay. Well, they obviously get banned often. Because what is it, like the 22nd? What's today? What up, DJ Dragon? How you doing? Good to see you. Not even 2 weeks old, yeah. I loved it when the Twitch API was available for people to fuck with, because you used to be able to click someone's name and see everybody who they follow. And it's a pretty easy indicator if it's like somebody who follows a bunch of people that like, I don't know, there's a lot you can learn about a person by seeing who all the people they follow is. Especially if it's a new account. Especially if you're the only person that they follow. That's also another indicator that something weird is going on. But you used to be able to do that. And you could see who follows them. You can see who follows them too. So like if people that I respect for some reason follow you and I see that, I'm like, oh, they're totally a normal person. But yeah, to be a moderator, there used to be a lot of little things that you could check on more often that was way more helpful. People who are trolls hated that we had access to that for so long. Whoa! Powder. Protein powder falling out of the lid. Oh my god. I'm making a mess today. Huh. Somebody decided to build a homeless camp right there again. It must be somebody new. Because every time they do that, they get kicked out because that spot is like, they're like blocking this thing that has all this important equipment in it. Dude, this spliff? Is that my spliff? It smells so good. Is somebody else smoking it? It's just my spliff. Mmm. Yum. Very aromatic flavor. No sleeping in tomorrow. Tomorrow in bed, I'm gonna dry scoop caffeine into my mouth at like 5:30 in the morning. The second I wake up, I'm gonna be like eat caffeine powder. Like, whoop. Time to work. Dragon, what you eating for dinner over there? In LA. Walking down the beach. Listening to Tears for Fears. You were in the Occupy movement? Oh, I think this can is running out of gas. Good thing I went and bought 4 new cans. After the Washington rainbow? Yeah, they're cleaning up that whole spot to build a camp there. They're gonna get kicked out real soon. Nobody's nice enough to go tell them that they shouldn't get too comfortable there. Because unfortunately the city will come and tell them they have 24 hours to leave, and after 24 hours they'll throw their shit away for them. but they don't look like tweakers yet. Oh, I recognize them. I've seen them riding bikes, and they both have a dog each, and like the one dog was like pulling this lady, like almost making her fall off her bike, like over and over and over. And I just remember thinking, like, how far is she gonna get down the street before she fucking falls? Yeah, after the Washington gathering, I went to Oregon Country Fair. I met this really cool couple, and they were like, yeah, they had a VW van, and they were like they were so nice, and they were like, oh yeah, I was looking for rides to get out of Rainbow, and they were like, oh well, we're actually going straight from here to the Oregon Country Fair, or Oregon, yeah, OCF. And I was like, oh, what's that like? And I was just like, oh, that sounds fucking great. Like, that sounds amazing. Like, let's go there. You know, he was like, live music, bands, like there's all kinds of cool people and stuff happening. And it's really like mystical, and there's all kinds of rare craft items. Like there's guys who make guitars and carve a tree into a guitar and like all this shit. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude, let's go. But basically he was like, you know, I'm meeting my parents there. My parents are really cool. Like we've been going to this fair with them since we were kids. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to like intrude. And then they were like, well, let me call my dad. And he calls his dad. And he's like, Dad, I have a friend with me who's never been to the OCF. And he was like, bring him. I'll buy his ticket. He needs to go. He's got to see it. And then so I actually left with them from Rainbow and went straight from that gathering in Washington to the Oregon Country Fair. It's pretty cool. And then after the Oregon Country Fair, I went to their house in Humboldt and stayed with them for like a week. It was really cool. It was like one of my first times ever being taken to Humboldt. I have a pretty cool story about the first time I woke up on a weed farm. I was dating this girl a long time ago, and we were kind of like a power couple of sorts. And she was taller than me, and we were a lot alike. She was so cool. She's just like more of a party animal. And she's just this tall, really fun, blonde girl. And we go to a party in San Francisco, and we meet these people, and they're like, oh, we're from Humboldt. Like, we live on a weed farm that we own. And this is like 2009 or 2010 maybe. And he was like, you guys want to come? You can. And so we're like doing, you know, I don't know. Fuck, it's like 15 years ago. We're like, you know, eating MDMA and like smoking and drinking and like making all these cool friends at this really cool party in San Francisco. And then we leave with these strangers to go to their farm. And we have to drive like throughout the whole night. And then I wake up and I'm just like in the middle of the fucking mountains. And I'm like, oh damn, like you're out there, huh? Like that's the first time I realized like how off the grid most weed growers are. And they're like, yep, nobody bothers us here. Like everybody knows that we're growing weed in this area. Nobody cares, and it's a good spot, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I woke up and I was like in the majestic like forest, like overlooking like rolling hills of trees. And like he showed me the farm and showed me everything. And they had like these antique, this was in Northern California. They had like these antique like mixers and amplifiers and like old guitars and like old keyboards and synths. and like a ton of old vinyl, and like it just seems like they have a lot of fun because they just chilled. I don't know. It's the first time I ever realized you could just like separate from the world and be like a weed farmer, which basically means you don't see anybody ever because you're always on the farm. Once in a blue moon, you meet people, and then once in a blue moon, you trust people enough to bring them back to your pad. I think from that day on, I got invited to like 1 million farms. I was just like, oh yeah, I've been to a nice weed farm, and described like their irrigation and their curing and trimming process and their hash process, and they were like, okay, you should work for me. I think that was the snowball that turned into a Goliath-sized snowball eventually, which had me working on a lot of farms. But yeah, those good old days of wonder and wander. So tomorrow I'm gonna go to the gym super early. The second I open my eyes, I'm driving to the gym. And I'm gonna clean up. And then I'm gonna head to the spot to try to work on the van. Well, I'm glad I didn't put any more coolant in than I needed to. Oh, I just bought a gallon of washer fluid too. I just ran out of washer fluid. I was at the auto store, and then they were like, you need anything else? Anything else? And I was just like, stop. I was like, no. I'm like, this is the equivalent of somebody that's in like a kid in a candy store type shit. Like, I want to buy everything in here. I don't know what I would do with it or how half the shit works, but I know I'll probably need it one day. Don't tempt me. Right. When I walk into the auto shops, and then when I say what I'm working on and I like point out the window at my van and I'm like, that's what I'm working on, they always start treating me better. Like at first they just look at me like I'm a plebe, and then I'm like, I'm working on that by myself. I need what I'm here for. And they're just like, nice. Hell yeah. They're like, you're a boss. I'm just like, yeah, I fucking didn't even do the job right, but sure. Hey, surely need some blinker fluid. They'd sell it to you too. Probably. Just like Sharpie on an oil bottle. Dude, even backing my van into the spot that I have to put it in to work on it, that's actually a feat in and of itself. I have to do like this 1,000,000-point turn where I like pull up and then I back up, but my front end is gonna hit the wall if I cut it too hard. So I have to like get it just enough to where like I'm not lined up with the opening, but I get up to the opening and then I pull towards a wall where I have to like stop immediately, and then I have to shimmy myself into a better position. So just getting into the spot is like, that shit wakes you up right away. You're like, oh God. Shout out to, old retired Luis who pulls his van in and out of there all the time. Pulls it back in there reverse every time too. This song will wake everybody up. Thanks, Krista. Appreciate that.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you. But it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of time to do it right. Right, child? It's gonna take time. Whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take plenty of time.
Oh, patience and time.
To do it right.
Oh yeah, it is a good song to clean to. Just put it on loop. Yeah, these, okay, so there's this whole new camp. There's a whole new camp starting over here. It involves many people, or maybe they just have visitors stopping by. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Money. Whole lot of precious money. Plenty of money. To do it right, yeah. It's gonna take time. Take patience and time. To do it, 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 to do it right. What's up, Blumpkin Master? How are you? How do none of them know any better? What do you mean? How do you keep stuff cold? I just cross my fingers. When I eat the bacteria that has grown on the food, I just think about how good it tastes. I just know which foods have shelf lives in the van and which ones don't, and that's pretty much how I base like what I'm gonna buy. If I had a better power system and a bunch of money to spend, I could buy like a really nice refrigerator, freezer. Take time. It's funny because I don't even have a huge appetite for this right now at all. I'm just like, because now I'm a little anxious about tomorrow. I'm just like, make snacks ASAP. Feed yourself until you're so full that you want to pass out tonight. Get a good sleep. Whatever it takes. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm working on my van. Tearing apart the front end and the manifold brackets and taking apart all the lines and disassembling a ton of parts and components so that I can see certain part and components and yeah, just a whole bunch of shit that nobody else wants to do. And I have to. Like, I don't discriminate against homeless people. If you've been here long enough, you know that I won't do that. But when new camps move in at certain areas, you gotta keep an eye out, you know. First step, make sure you're not constantly showing that you have a ton of stuff, especially if you're keeping things open. Second step, keep an eye out. Can you smoke while you do it at least? What do you mean? Yeah, I could just like walk away and smoke a cigarette, take a break, or not a cigarette, I don't even smoke cigarettes. I could walk away to smoke, yeah. But the high that I'm getting on that is me like working on the engine, so I don't really need to be too stoned. I'm already gonna be on my own serotonin boosts. But if I hit a moment where I'm like, ooh, a spliff would be real nice right now, I'll just stop and take a break, take a rip, set it down. Ever had tweakers try to break in? No. But I'm originally from Detroit, so I've got a pretty good scope on, like, you know, when you walk yourself into a situation that's not good for you. It's one thing. If you keep an eye out and make sure you're not doing anything, you know, wrong, that's another thing. When you start associating or giving too much to people who are walking around asking every person they see for something, that's another thing. Just minding your own damn business for the most part just does wonders. Yeah, honestly, he's in bad shape. He's in bad shape for sure. Yeah, it sucks. Just kind of moping past. It looks like he's injured. Kind of had like his arm up in a little self-made, like a sling over his forearm. And he's walking with one arm down, and the other one is kind of like held up. So maybe maybe like broke his wrist or some shit. But since I'm super familiar with these areas, I do feel like I recognize people pretty often. And then once in a while I see new people, and then I'll see somebody and they'll, you know, some people cause trouble and some people don't. Some people look like shit that day because the day before they were being a menace to society, tweaked out, and fucking stealing shit and yelling at people or fighting or whatever it might be. And some people are walking like schlumping around like that because just life is so goddamn hard, period. You know, that's the worst part about it, is life, no matter, like it doesn't matter how good of a person you are, the world isn't gonna treat you better because of that. So like, say you're like trying to recover from drugs and you have no good clothes and you have not a home or a bike or anything, and you're trying to get back on your feet. Yeah, it's just hard to like integrate back into society these days. And no matter how good of a person you are, impressions are everything. How you look, how people perceive you when they just look at you is so important, you know? Like, you could be the best person in the world, and if you're missing like 4 of your front teeth, places aren't gonna hire you if you're in customer service. You know, if they're like, oh, well, you have like one of those denture things, right, to like fill the gap, and they're like, no, I don't, I just rock the, you know, I can't afford that yet. And then they're like, yeah, well, you're great, but like, so the whole world is just so materialistic and sad that it just breaks my soul to like know that a lot of these people that I see walking around are gonna die at a young age, and they're not gonna have gotten back into feeling good about life, and that they're gonna struggle. They're basically on life support, but in the real life just walking around, you know? And the life support is just them trying to stay alive. And eventually they're gonna go lay down to go to sleep one night and they're gonna die, or they're gonna get in trouble or get killed, or, you know, there's like so many things that you get put in so much danger, and there's more and more imminent danger the longer that you continue to unfortunately be homeless. There was just a homeless in California today that was chewing on a no, that was yeah, that was not today, but yeah, I saw that on Twitter. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a really confusing story. Like, there isn't quite enough clear, concise, like, explanation. I mean, people were like, cannibalist, and some people were like, man, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And then some people were like, wait, so somebody got hit by a train and then this guy saw their leg and took it? And like, it's just so many kind of confusing follow-up questions that I have and that other people had. But based off the fucking video and the titles and the news, it seems like there was a man, and who knows, he could have not been homeless. He could have just been like a total schizo or like a serial killer or something crazy. But like, the video does trigger warning, I guess, if you guys are sensitive to that. It shows this guy like walking, holding a limb of a body, like eating off of it. And I don't even know if it was in California, but I wouldn't be surprised. Why didn't anybody stop him from taking it? I mean, I don't know if I would have the guts to run up to some crazy motherfucker who's running towards a dead body. I wouldn't want to run up, you know, like I wouldn't want to interfere with that. At that point, I'm staying away from those tracks. I'm staying away from that guy. I'm calling the cops. Like, that's some heavy duty shit. There's really bad videos of Russia doing things to terrorists they caught. Yeah, the whole internet on Twitter especially is just morbid. It's like, here's some morbid knowledge. That's what I call it. It's morbid knowledge. It's like you don't need to see that. And when I was younger, once in a while people would have access to these like morbid, illegal photos and stuff. It was just a common thing back in the day. I forget the name of the website, like Faces of Death. It was like a website that people would post pictures of people dying and shit. And like, I remember looking at that when I was young, like somebody showed it to me and I was like, oh, like damn, like I don't need to see that shit unless I have to see that shit. Like I don't have to, why would I want to see that unless it just so unfortunately the circumstances are that I've seen it now. But as an adult nowadays, or as a kid, because kids have access to Twitter, if you fucking open up Twitter, it's just like that. They always share that kind of stuff. And it's not even political shit. It'll be like, guy randomly gets shot. And it's like, okay, why the fuck are we watching this again? Like, I understand. I'm from Detroit. Like, I've had guns pulled out on me. I've seen guns being shot. I've dealt with this kind of shit. It's like, why would I wanna? It makes no sense. Like, I don't want to watch that shit. I'm trying to avoid it. And it's like, oh, well, you got to know what's happening in the world. You don't want to censor what people are sharing, so you don't think the world is different than what it really is. And it's like, okay, I get that to a degree. I really do. But the algorithm on Twitter that shows everybody death videos is really confusing. Somebody needs to explain to me. I think the best explanation that I could get is it's like psychologically manipulating us. Maybe you should take it as a sign and get some anyways. This mac and cheese is not slapping. Maybe I'm just not hungry. Oh yeah, their whole squad is moving over here. They must have walked past here and been like, oh shit, that spot's open. But that spot's open because a bunch of cops and city workers came the other day and kicked a bunch of other people out of there. And it wasn't them either. This ain't gonna last. It's better than the side of the road where they were down there, but like, it's not gonna last. I think that there's a certain amount of days that the city has to tell you that you have to leave. And so they probably are just there because it's going to rain within the next week. So even if it's temporary, it's like better than being over there where they were. And they have dogs too. The last group that was there didn't have dogs. This is kind of a hot, I mean, it's kind of like a hot spot for, it's like a dog park, but it's not a dog park. The jalapenos would definitely help it slap. I just don't think I have an appetite because I'm like anxious about tomorrow. But I think that would help. That and just some hot sauce. They all seem like decent folk though, I'll put that out there. They all do. I mean, I'm sure they're... Just being I'm like an obsessive people watcher in general, and I live out of a vehicle. So like when people look at me, they don't think like I'm some yuppie, you know? They don't think like, oh, this guy, blah, blah, blah. Because I'm just chilling. And, but as I've been able to people watch and meet people, and tons of people walk by and say hi and ask me for shit, or ask me questions, or what time it is, or to charge something for them, or if I want to buy something off them, or whatever it might be, I've noticed that some people roll solo, some people roll in groups, some people roll in a partner pack, which is like usually a guy and a girl. And what I am the most fascinated of all the groups is the grouped ones, the ones who do big groups, who they all carry all their belongings together. They all share a cooler. They all, you know, share battery banks. They all share cell phones. They all share bikes. They all, and like, but they're all like there for each other. There's like this camaraderie. There's like this reciprocity between them that makes them, it just makes sense. It's really cool to see. I mean, sometimes you see hectic groups and tweakers and stuff, but then sometimes you see just a group of good people who walk down a bunch of paths in life that served them a bunch of hard times. And somehow people find friends in the midst of that. I think you have to be like not the tweakiest, conniving thief ever to be able to be a part of a group, you know? So I always make that assumption too, is that the ones that are in groups are more likely to be trustworthy than the smaller independent people who are always alone, or the people who are just like with one other person ever. Now they all have like 100% access to staring at me with my door open. Like if the camera was right here instead of where it is now, excuse me, you would see them camping. Like they can see me clear as day. Like from where they are, they could look at me and say, wow, that guy's playing a handpan right there. It's not that far. So this spot, the whole goal is to not be here as much. I want to go down to San Diego. I want to get my feet wet again. And, you know, I prefer not to be parked here every day, but it's been a pretty good space.
fly. Shoe fly. Welcome back, Cassie. Cassie got a full belly. What did you eat? Good night. Sleep well. Love you. Appreciate you being here as always. Sleep tight. I'm trying to create something new with this one part. Wait. Gosh dang it. Help me, Cassie. Send me superpowers that make me create new shit without having to try so hard. Oh, okay. I see where this is going. That's like making a little bit of progression actually. It's working, Cassie. Keep doing it. I was trying to figure out how to at least loop it, how to at least make it go over and over with some kind of seamlessness and make it sound really mesmerizing. And I think I just figured out what the pattern needs to be to do that actually. So thank you, Cassie, and everyone else who sent the waves, the wafts. Butternut squash, chickpea, and lentil dish. Damn, that sounds good. How was it?
Doesn't it sound good? Did you keep extra so you can ship it to us in the mail? That's good. All in your belly. Dang it. Wait, oh. Fuck. There it is. It's almost there. It's supposed to go. Like a Japanese garden song. It's so simple too. What up, Ohio, Robbie? What's good? Just trying to make some stuff. It's pretty sick. like that park, or is it just convenient? It's a combination of both. There's a guy that lives right here on the corner, and he's like he owns the property right here, and I've come to become friends with him, and thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's like a warm-up thing that I do. It's kind of like, it doesn't make sense as a song, but it makes sense as like a warm-up. But yeah, I'm gonna work on my van tomorrow at this guy's property, so I've been just keeping here as long as I can until I rework on my van, because I worked on my van a bunch, and then yeah, it didn't work out like I wanted it to. I replaced a bunch of shit, and I still have a leak from the new water pump, which is like really weird, so I have to re-tackle that whole project. But yeah, everybody knows this park by now. Honestly, it is gonna feel weird going anywhere. This is like a comfort zone area that I have. I feel like home here, for sure, 100%. But I am also excited about going places. But granted, being here as long as possible in LA area, in San Diego, until spring or summer really kicks in, is pretty helpful too, because the weather is very moderate here. It's not the worst. So if you're gonna stick out the winter, this is like one of the warmest places on the West Coast that you could hang out and like boondock it or whatever. Trying to make this into something new. It's so funny, I go from one thing that I'm working on and just abandoning it and then jumping into something else. Yeah, as long as I keep a rhythm in the middle with a percussion kind of backdrop. That's why I need a thin steel drum, so I can do more percussion. Improving with this thing is probably what's keeping me sane right now. And you guys being here. We put the stars to shame. What can I say? The earth it turns, but we never fade away. Just going completely apeshit on this thing today. Don't mind me. Everybody who set up that camp over there is just sitting there facing me right now. It's kind of crazy. I think they're all just listening, smoking cigarettes, celebrating their new campsite. Dude, I made this mac and cheese and it's not slapping. No, still not slapping. So what that does is that practice right there helps me mind, hand, mouth, all the muscle memory and all of the patterns and stuff. And then doing this one thing, I do it until I have 0 lung capacity left. So it's also like a lung exercise too, because there's other things that I've written that take, you know, kind of remembering that the timing is stretched out and you need to reserve your breath accordingly and change the beat and find a dead spot where you can fill it in with a big breath in. And this helps me like stretch my legs, so to speak, when I just do this one. And then I hit every note on the drum too. Like switching from the one that's just hi-hats, this one, to the one with the snare drum in it is important. Oh, that's one of the things is when I beatbox, that's when I think I feel that I think I have a cavity. Yeah, either way, it helps me so much because then I think about these other parts of songs that I've written where there's build-ups. And I have to be really patient and make sure that dynamically they sound pretty good. Like this. stuff where I'm doing both, it helps me when I get into the mode of playing that stuff to be able to like remember that things need to change. It's such a weird instrument. You have to really think differently with this thing. It's weird. Let's go. I can't wait to get my guitar out and be able to not have to play this, only this. When is it gonna rain in LA, guys? Like to right now? Tomorrow? I love you, Cassie. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, wait, we've been streaming like for fucking ever, huh? How long have we been on? Wow, 7 hours, crazy. Okay, well, I need to get off. Cause I need to rest and I need to do stuff until I need to get sleep tonight. That's gonna be hard. So gotta get up and try to tackle this thing tomorrow. Wish me luck. Who should we raid? Who's hanging out still? I know there's some people hanging out, lurking, chilling. Who's here? I can do like we're raiding soon thingy on Discord. Fuck, I hate feeling like I have a cavity. That's so annoying. Definitely gonna have to go to the dentist. Don't sweat it, you got it, Nidal. Thanks. I think I have one too, my back tooth. Oh, that actually makes me feel a little better, but also feel bad for you. I fucking hate dentists. I hate them so much with a passion. Let's look at Twitch. Let's see who's streaming. We'll raid somebody. So we'll take everybody who's here to another stream. I know we don't have a ton of people in here right now, but we can raid somebody, and it'll be nice. Let's see. Who's still here? Okay, Cassie, when you come, oh, I want to go sooner than that. I was gonna say, when you come to TwitchCon, we could go to Tijuana, and we could go to the dentist there. It's so much cheaper, and they're so nice, and they're so like good at what they do. I wouldn't go there specifically for like some crazy dental work or something, but I would go there for like a cleaning and to get to see if I have a cavity or something like that. You guys, we're gonna raid somebody from Ireland. He's dope. I think you guys like him already. Lincoln Park Lady, a raid on Twitch is when we end the stream and we bring everybody to another stream. And the more the merrier. But this guy, he's a streamer that lives in Ireland, and he does these crazy IRL streams where he's like out in nature with his German Shepherd. And he like walks miles and miles and like camps overnight, does all kinds of stuff. He'll be like outside and it'll be like the middle of the night. And he'll be out there with like a flashlight, hanging out, chatting. Like, and when like the sun comes up, you just see like the Ireland's like beautiful hillsides and stuff. It's like, whoa, damn, that's gorgeous. But yeah, I don't know what he's up to right now, but we should definitely raid him. How you guys feeling? And thank you, Therionic. I appreciate you. You guys feeling ready for a raid? Thanks for all the new followers today. Lots of new followers today. I think we were somewhere, I feel like we were averaging pretty high viewership today. That's awesome. Yeah, our max viewers was 47 today. It says on the dashboard. 47, and we didn't even get a raid. And I haven't even been streaming that much lately, so I felt like the algorithm was gonna suck. Wait, no, we did get a raid. We got a raid from Clive. My bad. Sorry, that was like 7 hours ago. Love you, Clive. Hey, Sedus, how are you? I'm good, thanks for asking. I just gotta work on my engine again tomorrow. So I got a lot to think about here tonight. Just gonna do the whole thing again. It's your birthday today? Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sedus. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sedus. Happy birthday to you. And many more. I hope you had a good birthday. I'm glad you're doing amazing. We were about to do a raid soon, Sedus. I'm almost at 8 hours today. It's kind of wild. But yeah, I was just kind of preparing everybody. Who's here that's, we're gonna raid this dude from Ireland. He's really cool. He's an IRL streamer. And there is only a couple IRL streamers in Ireland. Who here is ready for that shit? I mean, we've been streaming for like 7+ hours, so I don't expect you to be like excited. But if you are gonna come, he's pretty dope. If your guys' brains aren't as occupied as mine are right now, mine is, definitely check him out. And St. Peter? No. Here, I'll type his name in here. Okay, I set up the raid from my frog stance. Alright, I'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for hanging out today. And keep in touch on Discord. Thanks for the stream today. I was in and out, but I enjoyed hanging out with you and everyone. Thanks, Like Bug. I appreciate you. Good night, Cedric. You have a good rest. We'll be headed off in a minute here. Later, Stinger. I appreciate you. We're going to say what's up to the 88th Baron. If you've never seen him, he's an IRL streamer in Ireland, and he's actually really good vibes. So definitely give him a shot if you're going to be here for the raid. Good night, everybody. Lincoln Park Lady 2. Cassie, I appreciate you so much, Cassie. Therion. Later.